Enche yebia na yenya ntia na mpo beto odwa se ade apani a oda Ghana Airport Company Limited a ye friend say ya okwakwa ye yi nadi na nsema asan ba beto odwa ne se ye maame bi a ye friend no se Pamela ono na sisi ye ka se ye dey se omameye managing director Fama Ghana Airport Company Limited na ne din Madam Pamela Jamson Tete ono na sisi ye ka so ba be pani a je so ba beda Ghana Airport Company Limited ano. So for Penny or Porter's house, I know osan ye television international picture. I friend who said TDJ so no and no daba betuja o mu say oh ebeyanka Ghana for and afia mana men nyina e was see a boga na man penny na dan kwaku fado abaso ye pa esan say or ye transformer just or ye shebre san for ye pa esan so be pie mu Ghana hanoma wasesan Ghana shebre enya asam keto akra number be ye international summit bi and na imra na all kan eye krata bi a e won nsem na o mu ka say mampeni be nie just oba ewiase afana nyina bibiman a oba Ghana na ye ne otoso mienu se ba anase ma ye ka oma na just omudi ye pa Ghana e ye oma na just o ka wo ba ko ene sanse be beto odwade okọ trader enya asem keto akra omanfo ebisa say Ghana ben na eye osofo ye kan eye Ghana ye aya nim ya na say Ghana foforo ene okọ trader page so enya asem keto akra sanse mfo nyina oba Ghana we ba ho so obenya bi akenkan.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Diaspora Link. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I am your host. I'm very excited about our interview today. Our guest is Mr. Ike Anderson, straight out of Jamaica, here in Ghana. Let's get into this interview and let's find out what has brought Ike and his family from Jamaica to Ghana. We are here at Diaspora Link, and as we do every episode, before we dive into this interview with our guest, let's see if we can find out a little bit more about our guest before he gets to explaining his interview. Ike.
Yes.
This is really simple.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you some choices.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to choose one and say why.
A.
Simple, right?
Simple.
Very simple.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You ready?
What's the trick?
There's no trick.
All right, let's do it.
There's no trick. I'm just going to give you two choices. You choose one and then say why.
All right, cool.
You ready? Okay. Reggae music versus Afrobeat.
Hey, reggae music.
Why?
It's my culture.
All right. How about this? Coming from Jamaica, I gotta do this one. Rice and peas versus jollof rice.
Bro, why would you do that?
I have to. I absolutely have to. Because you're from Jamaica.
Yeah, bro.
And rice and peas is just not a thing. It's a big thing.
But I'm living in Ghana. You want them to kill me, bro?
Don't worry about it. We're not going to post your address. You got to choose one.
Hey, bro, that's like asking to choose your favorite child, and that's not possible.
That's the next question, bro. That's the next question.
Bro, I pass. Next.
No, there's no passing. There's no passing. Woo. Rice and peas or jollof rice?
Jollof with some peas in it.
That's halfway. Watch that. Okay, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you slide. All right, next one. Football, as they say it in Africa, versus basketball?
Football.
Did you play soccer growing up? Did you play football?
That's all
growing
I
up?
played. Yes.
That's all you played.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe that wasn't fair because
well,
Jamaica, Europe, Africa, every place in the world they play soccer except in the U.S. Really, it's a big sport.
Football.
Football.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. All right. Okay, so here we go. Football versus cricket.
Football.
Football. Did you play cricket?
I did, but the ball was too hard and you catch it.
Football was easier.
Yeah. Love
Okay,
football.
how about this? Now, I'm a foodie, right? Jamaica and Ghana actually have two very similar dishes. Here we go. Rice and peas. Proper rice and peas, right? Not the little green frozen peas, but the proper pigeon peas that comes in rice and peas versus wache.
Come on, man.
Proper coconut milk, rice, pigeon peas, proper rice and peas.
That's a very tough
Which one? You taking too long. You might not even be able to go back to Jamaica.
That's what I'm saying. Or I can't live in Ghana.
You can't live in. Choose one.
I say rice and peas because I like the milk in it.
Okay, it's
the coconut milk.
It's the coconut milk.
Yes.
Okay, I said proper, and I even though I can't eat that. All right, next one: Jamaican dance hall dancing versus Ghanaian Afro beats dancing.
See, they're cousins.
So which is your favorite cousin? Which is your favorite cousin? Because I've seen dance hall. Dance hall is taking a turn from back in from the '90s to now, and now it's a little kind of crazy, and so is Afrobeats is taking a turn. So, and you've seen enough of both to be able to say which one you prefer.
Of course. I love the African rhythm. And I like how it's on beat.
Okay.
But I have to give it to my country.
To Jamaican dance hall.
Yes.
Okay.
It's very passionate. Yeah. Very passionate.
Got you.
Yeah.
Western clothing, wear, fashion versus African fashion.
African fashion for sure.
The African fashion.
Yes, absolutely. It's vibrant colors, all mixed in, different varieties. It's definitely African
fashion.
Yeah.
Okay. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we all have different choices. We all make different choices daily in our lives, sometimes without even thinking about the fact that we're making different choices. But the point is, our choices should not divide us or push us further apart. They should bring us closer together so we can work in unity. Those are our choices. Now, we're going to find out about Mr. Anderson's top 5. You didn't know this was coming. Top 5, I have 5 categories. It's really simple, really simple like the last game. No hard choices at all, right?
Nothing's been simple or easy yet, but go ahead.
Top 5, I'm going to give you the category and I want you to give me your favorite. Okay? It doesn't necessarily have to be your favorite. It could just be what you recommend.
Yeah.
Best book you've ever read?
Think and Grow Rich.
Think and Grow Rich. Got you. Why is that your best book?
Man, that book is timeless. That book's been around for about 300 years or so.
Okay.
And it never gets old. Still relevant for today.
Got you. Your favorite food in the whole wide world? We know it's not wache, right?
Curry goat.
Curry goat.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing like some good curry goat.
For sure.
I'll tell you right now. Okay. Favorite sport in the whole wide world?
Call it mixed martial arts.
Mixed martial arts. Okay. Your favorite musical artist of all time?
Peter Tosh.
Peter Tosh. Okay. Last but not least, your favorite place to vacation of all time?
Bali, Indonesia.
Bali, Indonesia. Nice. So now that we found out a lot about some of the choices that Ike would make and we found out his top 5, let's dive into this interview and see what has brought him from Jamaica to Ghana. And welcome back to Diaspora Link. Again, I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri, and I am here with our guest, Mr. Ike Anderson. Ike, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Yes.
I appreciate you making the trek because I know you've come from a small distance to get here to our studio, so we do appreciate it. So,
my pleasure, brother.
Talk to us a little bit about how you wound up in Ghana.
Ooh. So,
Go ahead.
go ahead. So in 2018,
Okay.
my family and I were on a journey traveling to different countries that made up our DNA. So we did a series of DNA tests, and Ghana, or whereabouts, was one of those countries on our travels. So we came for, we're supposed to be here for 2 weeks. We ended up being here for a month and a half, and just diving deep into the culture and more into why our DNA brought us here. So that's how we ended up here in the first time.
And you were coming from your hometown of?
Yeah, so I'm from Jamaica originally.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And yeah, but we were in London at the time.
Okay.
And so we started from Miami, actually, just mapping to the countries where we would go.
Okay.
And so Ghana was our 6th country during that leg of our travel.
It was the 6th of how many did you wind up doing in the end?
We ended up at 27
Okay.
within the 2.5-year travel that we did. And yeah, it was just divine timing and the right time when we showed up.
So whose idea was it? How did you, so did somebody just say, let's travel the world and see, like, where did that come from?
Well, the truth is, I think if you've done all the things that you're supposed to do, society tells you to do, or you know, you get to a point in life when you really take a self-analysis and you're like, am I really living? Am I really doing the things that I was meant to be doing? I look at my kids. I mean, I have 3 younger kids, and you know, I look at them, and am I giving them that example of what it means to live in the moment and just being authentic and connected? And a part of that was to see new things and to see other things. And then the question became, if we had all the time, the resources, there's no limitations on this planet, what would we do?
Wow.
And it said travel. Go see the world. And we love travel. We've done quite a bit before.
Right.
But purposeful travel. So I mentioned it to my wife, and she said, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I'm like, oh, no, I was just kidding. I was just joking. And
But
I guess once you say something, sometimes it becomes real.
Right.
So you got to be careful of what you say.
Right.
Or if you say something, make it empowering. So 8 months after that, we packed up and we left.
okay.
Yeah.
Now, what's your background before then? Because everybody, well, you mentioned if you do everything you're supposed to do,
Yeah.
right? So maybe some people haven't done. But let's talk a little bit about your background that afforded you the ability to be able to say, I'm going to take my family and go see the world. Like, what was your profession? What was your business? What were you into before you started traveling the world?
Yeah, good question. So I guess I'll answer it by saying, okay, yeah. So, no, because it's a loaded question, you know,
Okay.
and just to say I was this or I was that really doesn't, you know, explain the idea behind the whole process. But I've always been fueled by achievement,
Okay.
or by just thinking differently and doing things differently.
Okay.
So a part of that helped me being an entrepreneur,
Okay.
getting new ideas or seeing something being done and seeing how I can optimize it and make it better. So I started a digital marketing agency,
Okay.
Ran that for 13 years, and that's just simply online marketing, web development, lead funnels, all that stuff.
Got you.
And that thankfully created the opportunity for me to expand in other things like
Okay.
real estate,
Okay.
hedge funds, and different opportunities like that. So growing up, I was just very deliberate in the work that we were doing and, you know, doing the business that we were doing.
Got you. I mean, that's important, and I'm going to get into a little bit about that later, why I asked that question, why that's important, because you have people from all over the world who literally could choose to be anywhere that they want to be,
Yeah.
right? Or who have the ability to choose for how they want to live their life.
Absolutely.
But something brought them to Ghana or something brought them to Africa, right? Something pulled you here,
Yeah.
right? So you said that Ghana was 6 of 27. 27. And of that 27, how many were African countries?
6.
6 were African countries. And which countries were they?
South Africa.
Okay.
Tanzania.
Tanzania.
Egypt.
Egypt.
A lot of people don't even think Egypt is Africa, but
it's crazy how people still think Egypt is not in Africa, right?
it is. It's crazy. Ghana, obviously.
Okay.
Kenya.
Okay.
And I don't know if you would consider Zanzibar or same thing.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely.
so
It's another one. Okay, so what we're going to do right now, Ike, is play this game that we have called Africa in 60.
Woo!
It's not something that we've prepared you for because we want you to be on edge and we
boy.
want to catch
Why
you
you
in the
doing
spot.
this to me, man?
So, as you all know, we do this every week with our episodes. With Africa in 60, we want to see how many African countries our guests can name in 60 seconds. It's simple.
Bro.
It's not, I'm sure you're going to name all 64, right?
No.
All right, so this is not a pass or a fail. It's just kind of a fun thing that we do here. So has our timer started? Do we have 60 seconds on the clock? Can I get a 3 countdown? 3, 2, 1, go.
South Africa.
Yes.
Botswana.
Yes.
Zimbabwe.
Yes.
Mozambique.
Yes.
Rwanda.
Yes.
Kenya.
Yes.
Uganda.
Yes.
DRC.
Yes.
Ghana.
Yes.
Ivory Coast.
Yes.
Senegal.
Yes.
Sierra Leone.
Yes.
Egypt.
Yes.
Tanzania.
Yes. Right next to Tanzania.
Ooh. Kenya.
Yes.
Congo.
Yes.
Did I say Congo?
You said DRC, no problem.
Cameroon.
Yes.
Nigeria. Oh
Yes.
my God, they would kill me.
10 seconds.
Oh God, bro, don't do this, man.
5 seconds. Okay. Done. Good job. That's a good job. That's a good job.
Don't do that to a perfectionist. I'm like, bro.
So one of the reasons why we do that is there are people, believe it or not, in the world who still believe Africa's a country.
Really?
There are people who are not clear that Africa is a continent.
Yeah.
There are people who are not clear that Egypt is within the continent of Africa, or really how large and massive the continent is.
Yeah.
And because this is Diaspora Link, you know, we focus on Africa and its full diaspora.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
just a little small fun again. So talk to us a little bit about you being in Ghana. You've been to 27 countries. You've already been to 6 other African countries, right? Yeah. You've been to Europe. So you and your family have traveled around. Something had to have happened for you to come and go. Because I heard you earlier say the first time, right? So you left.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about you coming,
Whew.
leaving, and then deciding to come back. That's what I want to hear about.
Yeah, so when we left 2018, I was just in a state of, lack of a better term, my consciousness was like tearing open.
Okay.
Because of certain experiences here, going to certain places. And you get to understand that depending on where you are in your life, when you stand on certain places, it energetically will affect you.
Say that one more time. Just say it one more time.
Yes. Depending on where you are in your journey, when you stand in certain places, energetically it can affect you.
Okay.
That's what it was for me in Ghana. I was very sensitive to everything that was happening.
Wow.
So it wasn't an enjoyable experience. It wasn't fun. So when I left here, I said...
So, hold on. I got to stop you. It wasn't fun. It
No.
wasn't enjoyable. Is that because of you not being able to manage these energy surges, or was there something else?
So it's a mixture of everything. So it's really understanding the culture. First of all, Ghana is like a big Jamaica.
Okay.
So when I came, it was like your home. Automatically, I also felt that there's a lot of ancestral energy here for me. So I felt like even walking down the street, someone in my lineage somehow walked down that same street.
Right.
I felt when I went to some of the dungeons, not all, but some spoke to me, and it became very clear what was happening there for me. And it was just a little bit more than I wanted to take on at that time.
Okay.
And it was just a little bit more. So sometimes, again, you ask for things, and it starts showing up. You either confront it or you run away from it.
Right.
At that point, I'm like,
It's
it was
too much.
too much.
It's too much.
Yes.
I get it. I get too much.
Yeah. So,
So y'all left.
yeah, so we left, and then we went to India afterwards.
Okay.
And, you know, I think we landed in an amazing place where everything slowed down, and that was it. India is actually a part of my wife's ancestry, so
Okay.
that's where we went next.
And India is slower than Ghana? You said you slowed down a little bit.
Well, we
I
went
mean-
to South India,
Okay.
which
All
is
right.
much different
Okay.
than, oh gosh. Yeah.
All right.
So it's totally different.
Okay.
So I was able to slow down and really put things in perspective and get some spiritual alignment while I was there.
Okay.
That compartmentalized everything that was happening and created much clarity for me.
Got you.
Yeah. So, yeah, when I left Ghana, I was saying that was it.
That was it. I'm done.
I'm
I
done
did
with
Ghana. Not coming back.
Not coming back.
I'm okay.
I'm good.
I'm
I was
good.
really good.
Okay.
So a bunch of friends that were coming back for year return, and they're like, dude, you've been there before. You should come back with us. I'm like, nope. Good. And
I've done my time.
I'm good. And I don't know. I felt some form of, I won't say responsibility for them coming back, because I know there's a crack here. And if it's not navigated a certain way, people can fall into it. So I came.
Okay.
And
You came with them to you wanted to protect them from the cracks.
well, that's what it apparently was.
that's what happened. Okay.
Yeah, but it wasn't consciously. That's why.
Now, let's stop for a minute. I want to deal with this. I want to deal with the cracks, because there are a lot of people coming to Ghana,
Yes.
right? And being someone who was involved in helping to create the year of return, my mind is always asking myself and wondering, are we doing a good job of preparing people to come here, or what is it that people need to do so that they don't fall into those cracks? Talk a little bit about your experience with some of those cracks and give some examples, and more importantly, how you resolved it.
Bro, I mean, so you see, that's the thing. And again, everyone's at a different place in their journey. When I travel, I have my wife and my 3 kids. It's 5 of us. Wherever we go, we're doing it together for the most part, right? So the way I look at things is a little bit different around safety, security, standard of living, you know, making sure that they're cared for.
Very
that way.
important when you're traveling with your family.
Absolutely.
Very important.
So coming to Ghana, there's this mindset of we're going home. It's a feeling of we're going home. So when we land here, there's almost this feeling of, we're here. And our brothers and sisters here are like open arms. Akwaba, we love you. We're glad you're here. You're doing your pilgrimage. You're doing your journey. Let's Akwaba.
The big Aquaba.
Yes, but you realize over time, not everyone's with the same integrity.
Right.
And doesn't matter how you look at it, you look at it as a dollar sign. And for a lot of people, and I'll my disclaimer, not everyone,
Right.
but for a lot of people, it's what can they get from the interaction, the engagement. So that was an experience that I had that we had to rectify, even for ourselves too.
Well, one of the important things that you did that I appreciate is you didn't indict the whole country.
No.
And you didn't
can't.
indict all of the people of Ghana. And I'm
No.
always in conversations with people saying that you're going to find some problems.
Absolutely.
And you're going to find people who are not on the right side of history and integrity. But that doesn't mean that everybody in Ghana, is like that. So
Absolutely.
You ran into some of those challenges, and then you all left to go to India.
Yes.
Okay, so hold on. We're going to be right back. We're traveling with the Henderson family. We've gone from Jamaica to Ghana to India, and then now when we come back, we're going to talk about how they came back to Ghana. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkragroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkragroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. Welcome back to Diaspora Link. Your host, Diallo Sumbri, exclusively on GhanaWeb, in conversation with Mr. Ike Anderson. Ike,
Yes.
Okay, so came to Ghana, left, went to India, came back. What called you back to Ghana?
So I would say Ghana called me.
Okay.
And we were actually, I guess, right during the middle of COVID. We were supposed to actually move to Mexico, which is one of the our favorite place on the planet. And it just occurred to me while I was sitting one day in deep meditation that what I'm resisting is actually what I need to be doing. And then I started having these memories when I was a kid. And I remember being 8 years old, and I'm like, why is there lines divided in Africa? Why isn't it one country like the United States? I started having these memories of everywhere that there's black people, I call it melanated people, we should all be together. And we should be able to work together across any borders or any seas. And one of the things I saw as we traveled, most of the countries, melanated population, are all in a depressed state for the most part. Doesn't matter where we went. There's a huge melanated population in Indonesia, in Bali, and some of these places that we went, and like some really amazing, sweet people. When we went to Australia, we saw the same thing there. And it just got deeper for me of like, this is something that I have to be a part of, is in playing some role in the liberation of my own mind, and then showing others or creating the path, if it aligns for others, for them to see that there's a way. Because it's not just about the money, but there's also another currency that we all have and we all carry, which is that spiritual currency. And really tapping into that. When we tap into that, everything else opens up.
You know, that's interesting because when the Black Lives Matter movement kind of sprung and happened, and then there was this global support, people who may not have had the knowledge before, at that point realize what you just said, what you've seen with your own eyes, and that's that melanated people, people of color, people of the darker hue around the world in most situations are just not doing as well as other people.
Yeah.
Right? Are not doing as well as other people on the African continent and outside of the African continent.
And then the question becomes why?
That was my next question for you.
Ooh.
Why, in your experience, in your travel, from what you've seen, and not even necessarily why, but just, you know, embracing this experience with your family.
Yes.
Right? And are you sharing this information with your family? Is your family talking about these instances where everywhere you're going, you're seeing melanated people not necessarily in positions of power in the struggle?
Honestly, a lot of things you don't even have to bring up because these kids nowadays, they're untuned. They see things that I don't even see.
Right.
And we'll have the conversations. But it's important to understand history and understanding how we take that information and bring it today, and what do we do with that and move forward? Because you can't keep living in the past, but you got to acknowledge it, you got to see it, and there's some level of healing that has to be done to releasing some of those things as individuals and then as a collective to move forward. But there's a lot of things that went into all of that.
Okay. So Ghana called you back.
Yeah.
So Ghana called you back. You're here in Ghana. Your family is settled. So exactly what are you doing in Ghana now?
Yeah, so remember, Ghana has a lot of brothers and sisters, as in countries, the lines that we have.
Right.
So Ghana was the place for us to come back. The energy here is very unique in the sense of it's like a really massive golden gateway for us all.
Golden Gateway.
Oh, yeah.
The Gold Coast. Golden
See,
Gateway.
even that too.
No. I was wondering if you even realized that what you said, Golden Gateway, having the fact that, number one, Ghana is a former Gold Coast, and Ghana is considered the gateway to Africa. So you just, that Golden Gateway comment was so on point.
That's
right.
it. Right. So, you know, I think we can create a process in one place, make sure it works, and then we replicate it everywhere. That's the idea of being in Ghana. We're here for multiple purposes. The main one that really connects to our core is our Exploring Legacy Foundation.
Okay.
Part of the awareness that became very clear for me is that the traumas that we carry, whether individually or collectively, there's a piece of it that's handed down ancestrally. So your mom and dad do certain things because their mom and dad used to do it, and it goes back and goes back and it goes back.
And it lands on you, and you carry that with you.
And there's certain level of healing or rites of passages that we can go through as individuals to release some of those things, to have new awarenesses, to have a much more impactful, purposeful life. We're creating this foundation to basically allow 18 to 25-year-olds, which is a very unique age in the sense that they're still planting a lot of seeds. There's a lot of
physiologically, physically, in a whole bunch of ways, very unique age.
They need to physically touch this land. They need to physically, they don't need, they should.
Okay. And you're specifically talking about melanated people, people of African descent.
If they consider themselves African.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I think, I mean, there's, coming from Jamaica, and that's one of the benefits of, we don't have tribes or ethnicities there. If you're Jamaican, you're Jamaican.
Right.
So you're going to see Caucasians there that consider themselves Jamaican, and so brothers and sisters. So if someone
blew my mind the first time I saw a Chinese person open his mouth and speak pure patois from the
yes,
mountains.
bro. Yeah.
Blew my mind. I was like, hey, what is this?
Yes. So in essence, we can say it's only for melanated people, but we're bigger than that in the sense.
Exactly.
And
Okay.
you know, so if they classify themselves as African American, African, whatever the case may be,
If people identify with that experience and that,
Absolutely.
and that trauma and that
yes,
and that healing.
yes.
Okay.
So that's the idea. So we're bringing these individuals back for 10 days to go through a rite of passage, to have certain experiences, to stand in certain places, to connect with certain people and things, and to be able to integrate that powerfully and take it back wherever they go. Africa isn't for everyone. I don't think everyone should live here.
Gotcha.
I think it's a big world. We should be able to spread and go wherever we feel comfortable and confident.
I got you. Express yourself. Express yourself.
Yeah. So
No, I get it. Okay, so and you found that you feel that Ghana is a good place to kind of start that with.
It is the place.
Okay.
It is the place. It is the place.
So talk to me a little bit about how this works. People just apply. Once they apply, you approve them, and they get to come. Do they have to pay? Or how exactly?
Yeah. So going into 2022,
Okay.
our projection is to bring back 1,500 young adults.
Okay.
We're gonna break it up into zones and divisions. So
Okay.
America is considered one. Europe is considered the Caribbean.
Okay.
Obviously, the first set, we're still deciding where that's going to come from, but we're being led for them to come from Jamaica first.
Okay.
There's an application process online,
Okay.
and once they go through the application process, I think that ultimately this will be open for every single person who feels like they should go on this journey. But we're asking for more information about why they're looking to come. What is it that they would like to take away so we can integrate that into the process?
Now, what do you think, what do you anticipate the impact after people have taken this journey, right? Because you and your family have gotten something from being here and taking this journey. And it has obviously moved you in a way where you've decided that it's something that you feel like other people should do, right? To the point where you want to help facilitate that for other people. What do you see as the impact once people get some of that healing and they take this journey and they stand in those places where they feel that energy? Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so the experience will be different for everyone. As it was for me, it's totally different for my wife and my kids. Since then, we've brought back other friends and other people to go through the same process. It's been different for them as well. What's been generally the same and connected is Marcus Garvey always said, if you don't know your roots and where you're coming from, you really don't know you don't even know why you're here. So a sense of self. A self to realize that you're not an individual, you're actually a part of it all. A sense of groundedness, connectedness, and really knowing yourself. And that's what all the mystery schools ever taught about, is know thyself. But if you don't know your ancestral roots, you don't know the path they walked, you can get caught up in other people's plan for you and not your own plan.
I'm gonna stop you. I'm hopefully this don't sound too ignorant, right? A lot of what you're saying, very sincerely, other people sometimes get clowned about being woke, right? Because this whole idea of being woke, but you don't, you're from Jamaica, you don't have locks, and everybody think if you coming from Jamaica, right, you're going to have dreadlocks. You got on a nice blazer, you don't have on a dashiki or a whole bunch of beads around your neck, so how do people receive you, right? Because there is a typical stereotype look for somebody that's speaking the way you are, about energies, about frequencies, right? About ancestrals, about healing trauma. There's a look that the internet and people have created for somebody that talks that way. How are you received when you have these conversations with people? Are people like, they're like, this guy is kind of, or are they feeling it? Are they getting it?
Yeah, so again, when you're doing your work, you don't look for approval, or you don't look for what other people might think or feel. You're just being authentic. People can hear you. They can feel you. They can know if you're authentic or not. A lot of it is show. So show the results. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't believe we were meant to live a life of desperation, of lack of abundance, and a life of just, that's actually, in my guidance, is actually sin. We're meant to be just like abundant. So whatever that looks like for you, it's okay. If it's a dashiki and whatever it is, then that's still fine. But everyone's an individual. Everyone's bringing a different energy. There's a new world that we're living in. There's a new awareness that's happening. So you got to know yourself.
Right. In order to, I get it.
Okay.
So how's your family? Are they happy to be on this journey? Is Dad like, come on guys, are you kind of throwing the line and pulling them, or is everybody kind of like, is everybody as gung-ho as you? Because I have my 2 children are older now, but I remember when they were younger, it wasn't easy to get them to open their mind as much.
Yes, I mean, they've been traveling for a while now.
Okay.
So a big piece of this is schooling, education. So they have an online private school that they go to, individual teachers for whatever subject. So we're not too worried about that part. The social integration piece, they're into tennis here. My son's into different activities. So they're getting a rounded access to different things that they probably wouldn't have gotten back in the US or in Jamaica. Now, I have teenage daughters.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's things in America or Jamaica that they want that they're not getting here necessarily.
Right.
Like, you know, the Chick-fil-A's or whatever else they're doing, you know.
Naturally.
And then there's some friends too that they miss, or family members back home. But they get it. They understand it.
They value the experience. They're enjoying their time in Ghana as well.
They are. And what my wife always reminds me, and we discuss all the time, is we give them a toolbox, and all these experiences is just a tool in the box. Whenever they need it, maybe not now or 10 years from now, but when they need it, they'll be able to draw on whatever they need to get from it when they need to.
And obviously your wife is supportive. She's with you. It's a team. It's not just you, right?
Well, listen.
Hold on. Say the right thing. Whatever the answer is, say the right thing.
Absolutely. Listen. If it was up to me, hey. Listen, I couldn't do anything without that lady.
Right. No, I understand.
Natalie, she's actually effective. Yeah.
I get it.
And
I get it.
actually, she's loving Ghana more than everyone else.
Wow.
It's scary.
Okay.
So she's really enjoying herself and enjoying herself. Yeah.
If you could give individuals who are coming to Ghana for whatever reason, because I realized that the reason that I thought I was coming here was different after I got here. So I've gone through kind of my own similar journey. What's one piece of advice that you would give people who see Ghana on the news and it's just like, I'm going to go back to Africa. I'm going to go get my akwaba, right? I'm going to go to get one solid piece of advice that you would offer individuals who are thinking, I want to live my life out and I want to live the rest of my years out in Ghana or any African country.
It can't just be one, but I'll mix it.
Okay.
You got to come without any expectations.
Okay.
And you have to be very clear on your purpose and why you're coming.
Somebody tell me, and the controller of pay the minister. Can someone tell me for Superman that the president never received a salary? It has never happened in this republic. So why you gonna run a country? Why you gonna run a country? Our parents use your honeymoon. Our parents use your proposal as collateral to secure loans to take us to university. Only for us to complete university and become youth in our own motherland. I am very annoyed this morning. I am not happy this morning because this country is actually not progressing. I want to say one thing. It's like in the and then how can you employ old men and live as a youth? How can you employ old men and live as a youth? How can you employ old men and live as a youth? How can you employ old men and how can you employ old men and live as a youth? Yeah, bread. Everybody for your 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 bread. How can you, His Excellency, how can you employ the old man and live as a youth? How can you employ old men and live as a youth? Accommodate for the part-time man, you don't pay. Narco personnel, you don't pay for the part-time man. How can you employ old men? Right from all the ministers, they are all old people. They are all old people. How can you employ old men and live as a youth? How can you employ old men and live as a youth? How can you employ old men and live as a youth? Accommodate for the part-time man. You don't get paid. Yerisika wakota abare juma yerisika wakota abare juma yerisika yesewa okomdeyan beso pole ejunye onkayanka beso pole ejunye onkayanka yeko klase ko ya yeko klase ekoto abamano yeko klase ko abamano osayebo sabo yeto abamano ye obane tekente ebo o brother you be that family yato abamano His Excellency employ us. You are begging. Come here. That's what that's now. Come here. I'm going to do employ the youth. I'm going to do GRO, your bread. That's now. You're also a first you come out for you. About second come out for you. GRO, your bread. I'm going to do come out for you. Second come out for you. Second come out for you. Your bread. His Excellency, Narco, we are begging, not of us are starving, we are starving, Commissioners, we are begging you, Narco personnel, employ us, GRO, Narco personnel, commissioners, we will get better, Narco personnel, we are starving, GRO, Narco personnel, we are starving, employ us more, first recruit, we are not back, second, Narco personnel, employ us you are begging. You are begging. You are begging. Tell you need a brass. Second, you need a brass. Tell you need a brass. We are begging. A brass. A brass. A brass. A brass. A brass. Judicial service. We are begging. Never the snows. Judicial service. A brass. Judicial service. A brass. Judicial service. A brass. We are competent. We are competent. Judicial service. A brass. A brass. We are working in dance. Then we collect the dance. A brass. Narco, we deserve best. Narco, we deserve best. Narco, we deserve better. We thank you. It's excellency. We want permanency. Not Now we all know the reason why we are doing this demonstration. Yes, we have not been paid for a number of months. And also, throughout to 2020 general elections, President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, together with Dr. Ibrahim Ayas, they promised us that when they are voted into power, we will be mechanized. We will be maintained in our corporate job environment. Today, we are voted for them. Now, we are calling for the permanency that has become a litigation between Nabco and the government. And so all what we are asking is that President Akufo-Addo honor your promise. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, honor your promise. Dr. Ibrahim Ayas, all we are saying is that His Excellency should make us permanent. All we are saying is His Excellency should make us permanent. All we are saying that His Excellency Akufo-Addo should make us permanent and fulfill His promises made to us. Narco presidents, we deserve more than 700 Ghana cedis. We are worth more than 700 Ghana cedis. We deserve more than 700 Ghana cedis. We did pay the promise are permanent, so all what we are asking for is our permanence. Please, friends of the media, we want to quickly address you. Please come around, please. All the local journalists, please, you can join me. Come and stand at my back. Stand behind me, behind me. All of us
Ajao.
I'll use the earpiece to bring it out.
Okay, so we are not that phone number film. I don't want to make it out. What's Mobi Moa? Why?
First of all, our profound gratitude goes to the police. Major Commander, indeed, you have done a human work. Today we prophesy that may your sons and daughters, friends of the media, we thank you very, very much. You have been with us from day one. You have acknowledged our sentiment. We thank you very, very much. Fellow police, today you have proven beyond reasonable doubt that indeed you are counted amongst the emerging rational and sensitive youth. You have acknowledged the need for survival in our democratic dispensation by prioritizing it over mischievous and deficient partisan allegiance. You are proving beyond reasonable doubt that you are capable to uphold our democracy to the next level. Today we are here to demand answers to simple questions from government. These questions are not directed to labor experts, policy think tanks. You will know that it will be ridiculous. It will be so tempting and sarcastic. After 4 years in university, 1 year national service, suddenly years of our workaholism in the corporate environment, a labor expert will mount the platform and accept that Nabco trainees do not have the experience. It is so pathetic. Sidelining and deviating from the fact that as a nation we are facing job crisis. We are facing weak private sector empowerment, which is crippling their capability to employ the youth. Absolutely. We have fulfilled our part of the bargain. We have worked as nation builders. Let's see our Educate Ghana model trainees. They were posted to places where you post diploma teachers. They will seek for reposting. Let's check our Hill Ghana nurses. Even during the insurgence of the COVID, they were still counted among the health workers. See the sacrifice, how they risk their life. For 11 months, it's so pathetic. You wake up early in the morning as a family man. You tell your kids, I'm going to work. And at the end of the month, you cannot discharge basic responsibilities. How can have we gone as a nation? It's a pity. See the revenue Ghana model, those under GRA. Before the election, you hastily came out with a release that you are employing Narco trainees. The link you introduced, you proceed to conduct interview. Jerry, if I can question you, please, how many Nabco trainees have you employed? The contract is exhausted. Jerry, the only message you could communicate to Nabco trainees is that we are only extending your contract. It is now the onus lies on your managers to whether renew your contract or not. What was the essence of the pre-election committee? We are very disappointed. We are very, very disappointed. Minister of Education, trainees under Ghana Educate model. They have the prerequisite skills. They have written their essential exams. Day in and day out. There are ongoing massive recruitment. Nabco trainees have been signed. What have we done? Check local government. Now, the corporate field has been so discriminated. Government, you have promised Nabco trainees. The promise is not a Nadum Pantu. It is a solid premise. Yes. We record that last year during the president, His Excellency Nana Dankwa, his talk. Yes. He even gave emphasis. He supported it with concrete statistics that over 25,000 Nabco trainees under Educate Ghana model, they will be employed permanently. What happens to the career path? Did we consider our affordability capacity as a nation? Or do we just do political gimmicks just to amass the youth to vote for it? We should be sensitive to the plight of the nation. We should be sensitive to the plight of the youth. We are the future leaders. We can't be in a tattered manner like this. We deserve parity. We deserve a fair share of our national cake. My last message will go to MPP communicators. In fact, I'm very passionate with this. Say it all. We should understand proper partisan politics. We should be sensitive to humanity. We should see humanity paramount over politics. We should see humanity paramount over petty politics and mischievous politics and shoddy politics. You employ a youth. What was the essence, the paramount objective of the Narco initiative? It was for immediate emergency survival of the youth. We assumed that the youth, they were handicapped. They were ideal home. Some of them, they formed unemployed graduate association. Why? On the account of extreme privation and hunger. Anybody who in soldier, you near Britain Odo, you near Britain Odakana. They've worked for 12 solid months. You didn't pay them. As a communicator, so insensitive, you mount a platform, and all what you are saying is Nabco, they are better off than elsewhere government. It's so pathetic. Very pathetic. Do you understand politics? The problem is the essence of democracy. Then we should let one party move. If you think you cannot better off the capacity of the citizens, there's no need to contest for election. We want to caution party communication. We are very, very aggressive. The promise must be fulfilled. The career pathway must be fulfilled. You promised 3 solid options. You promised to integrate trainees into the permanent mainstream. You promised to build some of them their personal capacity. You promised to resource them so that those who are interested in entrepreneurship, they can venture in their private endeavors. Those who are interested in further studies, you promised pushing them. That's right. Mr. President, kindly honor your promise. We don't want to be seen so disappointed in you. We don't want to be seen so disappointed in NPP government. Yes. We need business. Thank you all.
Are you ready? Yes. We are ready. I'm bringing my mic. Where's Alabama? Okay, yeah. So you share to the media. Go do photocopy. We no get money. Go do photocopy among yourself. Nabco trainees no get money. So take my media house. Take my Nabco trainees. You no get money. Give them money and go do photocopy. We no get money. They don't pay we.
Give me the
It's all match. It's all match. I'm going to give it to you. Yes, we are going there. Let's go. Let's go. Go back. Quiet. George. Give him mic. George. Mike. He's the one who's going to present it. So let's start from the other side. The one going to present it is your brother. Okay. Listen. We want to hear your voices. All Narco, get this way. Media, stand this way. Media, all relocate to one side. Narco, get this way. Get one side. This way. Let there be gap between them. Let there be gap. Think of the mic. Go back. we'll get it.
Thank you very much. We are very pleased, we are very happy to see officials from management here. Thank you very, very much for honoring our invitation. We are here as I'm the patron for Coalition of Narco. We are here not to peddle any mischievous policies. We are nation builders. You can attest to the fact that we have demonstrated our service within the corporate environment. You can attest the recommendations and the attestations that indeed Narco trainees, they have worked. We have a lot of issues that you are aware of it. First of all, we have issues with the arrears. Hill Ghana nurses, they are struggling. Even with the recent payment, they had earlier message that they will be captured. But when the payment was made, they were segregated. We have sections under the GRE who were segregated. And again, after the contract exhausted, we have worked for close to 4 months. Please, you have paid us 2 months. We should take note that indeed the Nabco as initiative, the fundamental objective was for immediate survival of the youth. Honestly, we assumed that they were struggling. They were idle home. They were complaining of extreme privation. So we gave them a substantive alternative, which is the Nabco. Though the 700 was a bija, but we saw it as a great impact on our life. That is why, with our sincere heart, we gathered here. This is the same place that we gathered. See the humongous celebration we gave to the scheme. We are suffering. We had a promise indeed. You did well by introducing the career pathway transition, which option trainees to select, either being integrated into the permanent job stream, being resourced to build personal capacities for private endeavors, or choosing further studies. We don't know the circumvent promises, but the initiators, the drivers, those who initiated the scheme, raise your effort with a solid promise that indeed Narco trainees, they are going to be made permanent. Please, they gave timelines. Even with our president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa, in one of his talks last year, he even gave timelines that before 2020, 2021 will exhaust. Nabco trainees will be given a promising gateway. Now we haven't seen any development so far. We are appealing on you that indeed, as a country, let's not concentrate on expertise per se only. We are facing job crisis. It is not easy out there. The private sector is so weak, the private sector is not empowered. So it has crippled their capacity to employ the youth. Please, there are ongoing recruitment in the public sector. Kindly negotiate on the behalf of Narco trainees. We plead on you. In fact, we have given out our recommendations. If we want to present it to your perusal, kindly go through. It will help polish the initiative for future subscribers. Thank you very much. Honorable, God bless you. Please, this is our petition. Thank you. Pass you the mic. Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Elijah Baba, the regional coordinator for the scheme. On behalf of the CEO management of Narco, I want to take this opportunity
to thank you very much for a peaceful demonstration. We urge you to be calm and to receive your petition. The CEO that I know will go into your petition and the measures will be put in place to address your grievances. Yes, you are mentioning the head count. The head count is one part of the processes to get you nation builders. Nation builders. Nation builders. Nation builders. Yeah. I want to assure you that your grievances will be looked at and measures taken to address them. So we are rest assured. Thank you very much.
Some processes have begun to pay them their rent. What processes?
Yes, we started headcount to streamline the system. Some of them have gained employment, but they are refusing to decline from the system to give opportunities to their colleagues who are still on the system. So they
as you were saying.
As I was saying,
yes,
the headcount is supposed to streamline the system so that it will fast track their payment. A lot of them have currently gotten employed, but they are refusing to decline from the system. And that is what that is why this headcount is just to help resolve those problems. At least the headcount will make sure that those who are actively working get paid in earnest.
But the question is, why is the headcount going on, especially for a day like this?
No, it is part of our roadmap that we've designed, and so it just unfortunately that it coincided with their demonstration.
With no victimization.
And no, please. We will not victimize anybody. We are colleagues with them, and therefore it is of their best interest. So that is why we are doing this. Once we are able to streamline the system, those who are currently gainfully employed are removed from the system, then payment will commence earnestly, and then they will be paid.
Do you have a timeline for this headcount?
Yes, we've just started the headcount, and it's ongoing.
How long will
currently,
it go?
as we speak, my monitors and my field regional monitors and district RTCs are in the field doing the headcount. Yesterday we were able to we brought them together, but we've realized that it's giving us a lot of headache in managing the crowd. So we send messages to them that they should remain at post once we visit them and do the head count.
You mentioned that some have secured jobs. Is it true that?
Yes, some of them have secured jobs, and I know some of them personally.
Wow. Do you know the number of people?
The number.
I know those that I know are great.
So clarify, give us a number. Got jobs through your initiative or by?
Yes, they got jobs through Nabco initiative. The management. The management are playing their own role to get them employed. You get it? All of them cannot just be employed a day. It's a process. Once some get employed today, some will be employed tomorrow. So all what I want to urge them is that they are my colleagues. They should be exercise patient. Once they process, they know the exit protocols. They know it, so they should exercise patient. Whilst we also fast track the process for them to get enroll into the mainstream employment.
The situation of the Hill model seems to be different. They say over close to a year they have not been paid. Is that true?
It's never true.
It's true.
It's never true. Please, I'm one of the managers. And it's never true. Unless, of course, you have a peculiar problem. If you don't have a peculiar problem, all those who don't have peculiar problem, ask them, they have been paid. With the exception of the last 2 months, which is September, October. Anybody who has not been paid the September, September, October means that he has a peculiar problem.
We don't have any peculiar problem.
That's what we are addressing currently. Thank you.
Nobody has. He should specify what are the issues. We need clarification. What are the issues he's talking about?
From March last year, I received my tip up to date. They gave us message last week, Thursday, that they will pay us. Friday, when the money came, they did not give us anything. And this is my thing, this is my evidence.
Do you have a copy of the message so we look at it?
No. The message is not. I don't know if some of the things are not. I have the message. But this is, I have my pin, but there's no paying. So what the man is saying is not true.
It's not true.
I went to the bank. I just saw my connection. He was telling us that the money Ghana Health Service President allied health professional because it's not all the health people who are under. Nothing the midwifery council. They like this. I'm under allied health professional council. That is the midwifery council. You will not see my name there. So you said the hospital. But we have allied health professionals who are lab technicians and social who are under allied. So I'm under allied health professionals. So to go to the distance or the I don't know agencies and ask for and pay our money. We spend the time.
So we have another lady here who's actually in Accra, also experiencing similar situations.
So I'm ending the video. Oh, they've finished. Yeah. Yes, I in Accra, but around. It's just that we will be around. I don't know. Sure. All right. My anyway now, Doctor. I didn't have a cat, Doctor Sunday, yeah. Michael. Or from the in this film I see the young son. That would be I don't know. Mama, viewership now, I can't 1 million, 918. It's not 118. Have you ended the live? Please end this demo. Switch to something else. And you're so afraid. You need
Yeah, any information.
And you have to be very clear on your purpose and why you're coming. And to tie that all in, it's not an easy place. But when you get familiar with some of the situations, the settings and stuff like that, it could be okay. And it depending on why you're coming. I don't know how much clearer I can go.
That's it. I mean, it's I'm just asking for your piece of advice. So I think the people who needed to receive that will receive that, the people who are watching. As more diasporans come, as more people from Jamaica, as more people from the UK and from the US come here, what is one piece of advice that you would give local Ghanaians about how we relate or how they relate to us when we come here?
Sure. So, and then just to finish what I was saying earlier.
Okay.
If you're going to come and try it out. Dip your foot in the water. See how it feels.
1 foot at a time.
Yes,
right?
before you fully commit. Before you fully commit. That would be what I would say for those looking to come. For fellow brothers and sisters here, they have their own traumas they got to heal. They have their own journey that they went through that is very similar to ours, but different. And a lot of the history and a lot of certain things that they honestly do not know and they don't remember. So they see us here, and again, let me not generalize. It's some people see us. They understand that we're here for Banku and Fufu, and we're just gonna have fun, and we're gonna, but there's a deeper purpose to why a lot of us are here. So we're home. Just give us that space to mourn where we need to mourn, connect where we need to connect, work with us with integrity. Because at the end of the day, when you trace it back, we're all brothers and sisters.
I couldn't have ended it any better than you have. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for tuning in to another episode of Diaspora Link. My guest, Mr. Ike Anderson of Exploring Legacy. We encourage you to check out the website, to look them up and check out and see exactly what it is that they're doing. We encourage you to share this with other individuals. And as the brother said, remember, we all have our own personal traumas. Let's make sure that we can heal ourselves, so then that way we can help heal the brother or sister next to us.
Yep.
Ike, appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man. Respect.
Yes, I.
Aye. Yeah,
Peace
man.
out, y'all. Thanks so much for joining us. We want to thank you all so much for joining us again on Diaspora Link, here exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. We want to thank our guest, Ike Anderson from Exploring Legacy, for sharing a part of his journey with us. And we'll end, as we do every episode, with some proverbial wisdom from our ancestors. However far a stream flows, it never forgets its origin. Thank you so much. We'll see you next episode on Diaspora Link. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri.
Dr. Owusu Efriye Akoto eyoso afọ hwe efunyuma sometry agriculture. Ono no de ababeto dwase ne ye former president Dr. Kwame Nkrumah de ne papa aye friend se ba for osai Akoto ekoto mfiase condemned cell mfie poripori insia. Ochema ansa na former president Dr. Kwame Nkrumah ba bedi mampani no de to Ghana for anim ni titru pa ni cocoa farmers for say so ba mo anya asem keto akra mo de mo nto aba mame se me ba cocoa price no me be kosoro se ne ba ya obi abetumi atobi ose afedi omo to aba de mana be hye oba na cheso betse price ni so se ehu na te de cocoa for no omo ntumi ento eno no se ehe ne ha ene okodi ne papa ba for se Akoto yekodi cocoa farmers for anim so omo nye oye kire kakra pa enfenti Kwame Nkrumah afi Kwame Nkrumah kire mo ahe ne ha ene obefa ne papa e de no koto mfiase condemn cells so 6 years ochema nka condemn cells nso de wo be call no no na chese wo ye obi a ebia wadi ewu anampo no weku obi ato atwene no enye do kwa akoto sa condemn cells so na chese ne papa ye kakra kokoye no na Kwame Nkrumah de no koto mfiase na we nyina okoka ye emra na chese afiewe Ghana School of Law chese omo ye anampo no omo pa ne papa we aye friend say ba for Akoto moot court competition no na ye Owusu Efriye de sansem we nyina ekokoto udwa. Kani Ghana man penny John Dramani Mahama eno no so de na no ato nsem a ekoso efa E-levy akopiem e wor ma hyebedwam a ye kase ikra no adane ntawantawa e ma na sentem de blow bi a yesi ikra no na nye asem ketwa na ye sofo mpenimfo bi ekokopie e wo John Dramani Mahama na kache ena na o twegu se na no manfo hwe se nka aye majority for e ka se nka mo gi E-levy na to nke no mo twen e madom ketwa no atena se aka se ene mo nko so engine to mo se da bi na eye ne de yie pa se minority for etumi yesa esanse fitimra asem we esi ye no ama obia ani ada honom ehu se se nka e bia E-levy no na nka majority for epese ekọ no minority for no ama manfo anyanti ase yie pa atwem se sana eyade no E-levy na yade aye unconstitutional intano de obo eye minority for abaso yie pa so mo ne majority for afe so efa E-levy insamsem ye ho.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your most informative socio-political program that gives you all the facts and updates on issues that matter to you. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to discuss unemployment. The unemployment problem in Ghana brought about Nabco, which is a nation builders corps. And Nabco was supposed to give employment or some temporary jobs to unemployed graduates in the country. However, we have a lot of issues coming out of the Nabco crisis, and we're going to speak to some people who have experienced the issues that are surrounding Nabco, that's a nation builders corps. We'll talk more on this with our guests after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown, and our guest is Ishmael Batoma. So Ishmael is or was a member of the Nation Builders Corps. He worked with their project for some years. Welcome, Ishmael.
Okay, thank you, sir.
How long have you been a member of the Nation Builders Corps?
I think over 2 years.
Over 2 years?
Yes, please.
And how did it start?
It started in the application process started in early 2018. So it was an online application.
Were you one of the first batch of graduates?
Yes, I was the first
part
batch
of the corps.
Yes,
okay.
I was the first batch. Okay. And I think aside that batch, there hasn't been any recruitment. I don't know, but we were the first batch. So we started the application process in early 2018. Then we got calls for interviews at the various district assemblies. Then we went for the interviews. After the interviews, then we were placed. Those who qualified, we went for an engagement process where we were introduced to the program and were educated a bit about the objectives of the program, what the program is to do. Then a few months later, as at the 2018 October, the placement started. So some trainees got their placement at various institutions, both private and government. But I got my placement in June 2019 at a government institution.
Okay, so let's go through your process.
Yes,
2018, what was going on in your life? What was happening?
2018.
Before you even applied to be a member of the Nation Builders Corps?
2018, I think I was teaching. I was teaching basically at some schools.
A private school?
Private school, yes. Yes, so that was what I was doing in 2018. But before going to the teaching, I was working for a firm, then I lost my job. So I was teaching and then we had this opportunity. So I was just trying my luck.
So you were not a member of the Unemployed Graduates Association, which is popular now?
No.
Okay. So you were employed, but you wanted a better opportunity?
Yes, and not opportunity in terms of money, but an opportunity to learn, to maybe a platform to maybe get a bigger opportunity. That's my objective. That was my objective for joining the program.
So you quit the teaching job and you applied for the program?
Yes, please.
And when you applied, where did you go next after you applied?
After the online application, those who qualified, who had the document, to apply, you must have completed your national service. You must either be a graduate, university graduate, or at what do you call it, polytechnic graduate.
And you are a university graduate?
Yes, please.
Which university?
I went to University of Cape Coast.
Okay.
Yes, and I studied economics.
Economics.
Yes, please. So after the application process, those who qualified were our names. We got messages that we've qualified, and you have to choose a district, any of the district assemblies. So those in Accra, we had the option of either Ablekuma Central, Ablekuma West, or Accra Metropolitan Assembly. So, but I wanted to, even in the application process, you have to choose the district you want to be placed. I chose Ablekuma Central, but I couldn't get the opportunity to be interviewed there because the slots were full. So I was forced to choose Ablekuma West.
And how was the interview like?
Oh, the interview was, it was good. For me, I went without any expectation because I know with this kind of government things, but I think it was fair. They asked the right questions. They inspected the document to check if you are really the person who is coming.
Were there a lot of people there?
It was done on bookings.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Okay. So if it's your day to come, then you go. But when I went, there weren't so many people, and I think there were people for morning and afternoon. I went in the afternoon, I think. So when I went there wasn't any queue then.
So you are talking about 2018 now, but you started work in June 2019, as you said earlier.
Yes, please.
Why the long delay?
I think it was as a result of the placement.
You couldn't get placement?
Yeah, we are not responsible for the. I think the bosses, the authorities are responsible for placing. But even without the placement, we are still receiving allowances.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
And were you aware of the stipend before you joined the program?
Yes, yes, yes. It was clear.
How much is that?
It was 700 cedis. Yes. So if you take the transaction charges, it will be 699.
So you are paid through mobile money?
No.
Okay.
No. You are paid through eSwitch.
eSwitch.
Yes, please.
Okay. So before you joined the program, your teaching job, was it paying more or less than what you were getting as stipend?
It was paying less.
Less.
Paying less.
Okay. So it was, a good deal to join the Nabco.
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay.
But
yes.
But with the teaching, I was also doing teaching home and stuff. So
okay.
I had a chance to get more money. But just at Nabco, you have to go into work, and the income was fixed. Yes.
Okay. Yes. So 2019 June, you were called.
Yes.
What was the feeling like at the time?
Actually, before I was called, I was doing the national identification registration, mass registration at my constituency. So I was lucky. So the registration, I think it was for about a month. So I was doing the registration and I got my placement notice. So as I ended the registration, then I got my placement, and then even on the day I was supposed to report, I had to go to work at with the NIA. So I asked for permission, and then I went to submit my document, and I came back. So basically, it was okay. It was okay. Yes.
And when you started the work, was it exactly what you were expecting? And was the government institution welcoming as you expected?
Like I mentioned earlier, I did economics. So when I went, my hope was to be maybe the research department of where I was, but I was taken to a newsroom. Yes, so it was very new for me, and for me, I was willing to learn. I was just willing to learn. So fortunately, I met a very good person who was. Initially, she wasn't so sure. She said, this person did economics, and you're bringing him to the newsroom. Can you know, I told him, and she just spoke to me and asked me about experiences I have. Oh, and she said, oh, so you're an all-round person, so you can do it. And I said, yes, I'll try. And that was the beginning.
So were you introduced as a Nation Builders Corps?
Yes, yes.
I mean, a member of the Corps?
Yes, yes.
You were. And you started work immediately?
Yes.
So what was the orientation process at the place? Was there an orientation where you told there's no way you could get a job, permanent job at the place? Did you know that? Were you ready for it?
The orientation, they did orientation for both the Nabco and NSS personnel, but there was no mention of permanency or they didn't promise any. Like the department, they didn't promise anything because they couldn't. Because normally for government institution, I think it's Office of the Head of Civil Service that does the recruitment. Yes, but we had the expectation that if you work hard enough, and there are places your bosses can recommend you. Yes.
So how many people on the program were with you in your department?
Yes, in my department, let's say for those in for the newsroom, I was the only Nabco trainee. In fact, one person was brought, but he said he did computer science or something. So he said he wasn't being.
So he declined because of.
I don't think he declined. He left, but I don't know where he was posted to.
Okay.
Later. Yes.
So there was an option to get a reposting or replacement.
There was an option to get a replacement, but once you have been posted to, so we were posted to the ministry, then the ministry will post you to any of its agencies.
Okay.
So you can go back and they'll repost you. The ministry will do that, not the Nation Builders Corps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the number of people you had who were trainees of Nabco, were you an association in the government institution you were, or you were independently working?
Let's say we knew ourselves. We had a platform, but we were not an association per se. But we interacted well, especially for I think 6 of us we were working closely. We are different units of the department, so we knew each other well. And then there were some that were doing some work that was run on a shift basis, but so then we didn't see them often. But for us, we knew each other, but we were not necessarily an association, even though we interacted.
So at what point did the problem started? And now the problem that the Nabco trainees are bringing up is delay in the payment of their stipend. That's one.
Yes.
The second one is also they not knowing their fate, because they were promised that there will be a way out after the Nabco program ends.
Yes.
So when did the problem actually start?
When it comes to payment, it started from the beginning.
From the beginning?
From the beginning.
You were getting it before you even started working?
Yes. After we started the work, then in fact, when I started work for 5 months, I wasn't paid.
For 5 months?
5 months.
That from June 2019 to around September?
Yes, I wasn't paid for the first...
November, I mean.
First 5 months of... So the payment, I think that was one of the key issues most trainees has. But for some of us, because of the work we were doing, we were able to get some money to support ourselves to go. But those who were not in offices that they can get some income, they were really finding it difficult to go to work. Yeah.
We'll talk about the difficulty right after this break. This is the lowdown. Stay with us.
Okay.
Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown. My name is Ismail Akwe. We are talking about the unemployment crisis in Ghana, specifically with the Nation Builders Corps. That's a program which was initiated by the government in 2018 to employ temporarily graduates who need jobs. Our guest is Ishmael Batoma. He just ended the Nation Builders Corps training or the program, and he's here to tell us some of the challenges they've gone through. So Ishmael, you're telling us about how payment delayed right from the start, and people were finding it difficult to make ends meet.
Yes.
So what was the situation like? What response were you given? What did you do as a group?
As a group, we had a Nabco platform where the coordinators. So the structure of the Nabco program is that every district has a coordinator. So she is the one who liaises with the head office. So basically, our payment process is you sign a timesheet for the month, then your name, then your working hours, then your supervisor will sign, then you take it to the coordinator. So we are going there, as we submit the timesheet, we'll be telling them, you haven't been paid for this number of months. They'll say, oh, the money will come, the money will come. So basically that's what they were saying. They didn't give any...
So the coordinator gives you that response that the money will come?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't hear anything else from anyone but the coordinator?
No. She was the one we were relying on for information.
So for 5 months, June, July, August, September, October,
yes.
There was no money coming in.
There was no money coming in.
And how did you survive?
So for me, like I said, I was working in the newsroom, and my boss was really a good person. So I didn't go on a lot of assignments, and you know, the news, if you go for assignments, you do get some monies, and she also supported me sometimes to be able to come to work. So basically, that's how I was able to support myself.
So Solly was helpful?
Solly was helpful, yes.
Okay. And what about the others you were on the platform with who didn't have this kind of support? What were they doing about it?
It was really, because I know trainees who were not coming to work. And
they stopped coming to work?
They stopped coming to work. They stopped coming to work for a number of months. And even with the initial payment delay, it wasn't just that. Even after they've paid the money, the money does not come on time. Sometimes for 2 months it won't come, sometimes for 3 months. So for those periods, some people don't come to work. They'll just be home, and then when they get the money, they'll start coming. So basically, that was it.
So the first 5 months that you were not paid, when you were paid, so you were paid after 5 months?
I wasn't paid, or I think the money for 3 months came. Then later on.
So in October, the money for 3 months came. So there was still a backlog they were supposed to clear.
Yes.
And then later, how many months after? And then the others?
I don't recall the number of months, but the 2 months came. Then the pay started coming. But for our pay, we are not paid at the end of the month. Let's say if your pay for January will come somewhere around between February 15th to 20th. It doesn't come at the end of the month. There's always a delay in the payment. Yeah.
So those who don't go to work because they were not receiving their stipends, did the government agency they were working with do anything about it? Did they, take any sanctions on them?
I think mostly the bosses were even sad for them that they are not getting money. So most of the bosses, they couldn't report them or anything, but because it's not their fault, because without the money you can't come to work.
And were they given the monies for the period they didn't go to work?
Oh yes. Once the time sheet has been signed there, and you upload it on the platform, and the coordinator has signed, you'll be paid your money.
Okay, so the coordinator has to sign to prove that you went to work.
Yes.
So if you didn't go to work, they won't sign.
They won't sign.
But how were you paid before you even started in June 2019?
By that time, we didn't even know the modalities for maybe submitting timesheets. We didn't know all those stuff.
But the money was still coming?
The money was coming, yes.
It means even if you didn't sign while you were working, the money will still come?
Yes, but as at that time, other trainees have started working. So I presume that's why they were paying all of us, because it was no fault of ours, because it was because we hadn't gotten our placement yet. That's why we were home, but we were being paid as trainees. Yes.
So in 2020, what was your decision? Did you want to stay and continue working? Because for the program it's 2 years.
Yes.
So from 2018 you were supposed to work till 2020.
Yes.
However, you started in 2019. Does that mean you were supposed to work till 2021?
No. We're all supposed to
end in 2020.
Our contract was to expire in October 2020. October 2020. That's when our contract was supposed to expire. Yes.
And what happened in October 2020?
In October 2020, because of the agitations and worries, the government extended the contract by 1 month. Yes. So, but for me, where I was working at, I was part of a project. So for me, I was going to be there were indications I was going to be retained. So I was part of the project. So for me, I wasn't so much worried. Yes, because I've been assured that I'll be replaced, but they were just working, and the department offered to be paying me till I'm formalized. Yes.
But your other colleagues, were they also expecting to be retained?
Yes, I would say yes, because like I said, for 6 of us, we're playing important roles in the department, and normally we'll be there and then we'll be told to bring a document, and then so people were expecting that they'll be retained, but unfortunately, I think only one of our colleagues was retained. I think there was an opportunity, and then they said the opportunity was for only polytechnic students.
Okay.
Yeah, and he was a polytechnic student, so fortunately he got retained. Yes, but for the degree student, aside myself, who had the assurance that I'll be retained? The rest, I don't know. I don't know their stand.
So for clarity, in November, after the 1 month extension,
yes.
Besides you who were given some assurances,
Yes.
everybody else, every Nabco trainee left their posts.
Even because we were not being paid, I think there were some arrears from November, 2 months arrears. So because of the arrears, people were not even coming to work already.
Okay.
So they weren't coming to work, and then the issue of the program coming to an end came into being. So most trainees were already not coming to work.
Okay.
As at November.
And then in 2021, you spent another, 6 or 9 months at post. You personally, were you paid by the authority, or you were paid by the agency or the government institution that kept you?
Please, I think we've made a mistake. So let's. And the program was supposed to end in 2020. We are in 2020, right?
Yes.
It's supposed to end in 2021.
So from 2019 to 2021.
Yeah. So we started in August, October, August, 2018. So 18, 19, 20, 18. Then 19. So it's originally supposed to end in November, October 2021, not
okay.
2020.
So officially it started in 2019?
No.
Because if it started in 2018, 2 years will be 2020.
Yes. The program is for 3 years.
Oh, it's for 3 years?
Yes, it's for
okay.
3 years, not 2 years.
Okay.
Thank
you for the clarity. So it's for 3 years. So
yes,
it means supposed to end around October 2021.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes,
so you were still working in 2021.
Yes.
And you were getting your stipend from the Nabco authorities.
Yes, please.
Till October.
Yes,
so in October you were asked to stay.
Yes, please.
Okay. And you stayed. And what happened then?
By then, there was a project we were doing, so we had to go to other agencies for training. So I went for the training, but after the training, that's where I left. I left where I was.
Okay.
So basically, that was it.
But why did you leave?
Oh, I left because I compared the place I was to go to, and upon advice of certain people, and that place is also a media organization, like what I was doing, and I was informed to give me greater exposure.
So were you made an offer at the government institution?
Yes, I was made an offer. First, the department head sat myself and another colleague down, yes, and she said the department will be paying us. So,
okay.
Yes.
But not officially from government payroll. So you are not going to be government
no, not
employees.
officially from. No, not officially.
Okay.
I'm sure it will be from the
project.
IGF of the institution.
Okay. Yes. Okay. And then, how many months arrears was Nabco owing you?
2.
2 months.
2 months. Just 2 months to the program end, if I remember.
Others had complained about 9 months of not being paid.
Yes. For the program, some people were not being paid. Some people had a lot of arrears, but the authorities explained that it was because of the document they were presenting. There were mistakes on the forms they submit and stuff, and issues with their A-switch card. That's where sometimes payment delay. Yeah, but for myself, I think as at the time I was leaving, I was owed only 2 months.
Okay.
2 months, yeah.
So it's case by case basis.
It's case by
Some
case,
were
exactly.
longer, others were shorter.
Yes,
but
exactly.
in all, people were being owed.
Yes, please. Yes,
okay.
Please. So generally, at least everybody is being owed for 2 months. As at now, every Nabco trainee is being owed money 2 months. Is a monthly allowance. Yes.
Do you regret joining the Nabco program?
Oh, I don't regret at all. I don't regret at all. For me, through the Nabco program, I've gotten another skill. I learned how to write news and stuff. So for me, it has been a good adventure. Let me say, I enjoyed it. I've learned a lot. But the issues that came up with payment and then some of the processes didn't help at all. Yeah.
And what are you going to do about your 2 months stipend that's with the government?
The last time I heard, they are going to pay. we had someone saying that the coordinator has assured that they will pay in February. But for the assurances, we've heard it several times. But we are not sure. Yes. But they said they are going to pay. And then they've promised that. I've heard them saying that people should keep going to work, but I don't know how someone can be going to work without pay. And that as opportunities come, they'll rope them in. So basically that's it. Yeah.
I'll come back to you after this break, so you tell us how your colleagues are faring, those who were not lucky like you to have a job after the program, after 3 years. We'll be right back after this break. This is the lowdown. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown. My name is Ismail Akwe. We are discussing unemployment in Ghana and also the Nabco, Nation Builders Core program, which is owing a lot of the trainees 2 months, some 9 months stipend arrears, and a lot of them are not happy. A lot of them are still unemployed, and the program was put together to get graduates who are unemployed some work. Our guest is Ishmael Batoma. He just ended the program and he's employed now, but he's telling us the situations, the problems, and the issues they faced as Nabco trainees. So Ishmael, you're talking about how you were lucky, you got a job, you left the post, and others are told to continue working. They don't have money, they can't continue. What are they going through right now?
So basically the trainees that I was working with at where I was, most of them, all of them don't go to work. So I think they've forgotten about the whole Nabco thing. They are not really hoping to get anything from it. So basically that's it. But most of the trainees, aside those who were at where I was working, basically they some of them say they borrowed money to go to work, and for 9 months they haven't been paid and stuff. So they have to get money to pay the people they borrowed from. So that's one big issue for some of the trainees, how to pay back the money they've borrowed to be able to go to work. That's a key challenge they would like to address.
Do you think they would also, or they may regret joining the program?
It depends. If you are able to get money to go, always like I did, you're able to get support to be going, then you can learn a new skill, and it depends on where you are placed. If you are placed as a place where you know there isn't much to do, or you don't have a boss that trusts you to give you works to do, then you can't learn. So basically the program was to give graduates experience so that they become more employable. So that was one of the key things we were mentioning. It was later that they were bringing this employment thing inside. I don't know whether it was because of political gains or stuff, but basically, initially when we started, the focus of the program is to make graduates more employable, to give you
experience and
working
hands-on
experiences.
knowledge.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So that was the objective of the program. But if the pay is not coming on time and I'm not able to go to work, then it will derail the purpose of the program, because you can't go to work, so you can't learn. And if the bosses can't depend on you because you are always absent, then some of them they'll forget about you. I know trainees who sometimes their boss forget they work at the department.
Oh, okay. So they are like ghosts in the department. They are just there.
Yeah, just something like that. So once in a while you see them, they say, "Hey, you've come to work today." Yes. So with such people, I don't think they really learned much, or they got the benefits or the intended objectives of the program. I don't think
So what would you wish could have been improved with the program?
First of all, the payment. I think the program was a planned program, and you hear the minister giving allocations in the budget, and he'll be mentioning Nabco. So the payment was really an issue. Yes, it was. So if there's a scheme, another scheme like that, they should make sure that even national service personnel were receiving their is it stipend or the allowances on time. But you'll be there, and then the national service people will be saying they've received their money. But you, the Nabco trainee, you'll be there, and there's nothing. So what they can work on, if they are to extend the program, or they are bringing another employment initiative to resolve the unemployment issue, they should really work on payment. And also on the amount. Yes, on the amount. I was fortunate, where I was working wasn't so far from my house, so I can board this one car, but people were working at places that were very far, even though the authority tried to place people close to their houses, but it didn't work. Some were working at very far places, and then the stipend was not enough. 700 cedis alone, even I that was living close, the money wasn't that much.
So what was your cost in terms of transportation from home to your office where you were working?
Basically, a day would be. It depends on the mode of transport I want to. Sometimes I can walk to Carnation, or I can board car to Carnation. So basically, a day will be between 5 to 6 a day.
So let's say 6 cedis a day,
yes,
and you work 5 days a week.
Yes.
So a month will be
30 cedis.
30 cedis.
Yes. And then for 4 months, 30
cedis a week.
30 cedis a week.
A week, yes.
By the 4 months.
That would be 120 cedis.
120 cedis, yes.
And you'd have to eat from the same stipend.
Yes.
You get your lunch from the stipend.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, you can't save.
Of savings, the savings is out.
Because it's a stipend, so it's not for saving
yes,
anyway.
Yes.
It's for you to be able to go back and forth.
For someone who was close to where I was working. So for those who were living far, if someone is living at Kaswa and he has to come to work at Central Accra, the person spends a lot, and the money.
It can't cover transportation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So basically, that's one of the things I want them to work on. And the second thing is the process of submission of monthly evaluation forms. They came up with an app, and the app was working. We had normally, if you get to work, you clock in. If you close, but they stopped using it. I don't know why they stopped using it. And you always have to. Then we started filling the forms. You have to fill the form and take it to the district office. And I think with this era of digitization, there's no need for us to be doing that.
So you started with the digital way, with an app?
Yes, with an app.
And then later you were all told to do it manually by going to the district office?
Yes.
And which days do you go, weekends or during work?
No, during work.
During work, you leave work and then submit the assessment form?
Yes, so okay. Sometimes the coordinator will say, she will say that she wants to see everybody. She wants to see you before she sign your form. Or there are people working, they don't want to see you in person before they sign. But sometimes the forms are gathered by one person, and the person takes the form to the district office. So basically that's it. So aside the issue with the payment and then the submission of forms, is the issue of promises. So we sometimes we went for, they'll call us, we'll gather, then there'll be promises that there'll be employment, then we'll be made to come and form queues, very long queues, with a lot of people. We'll be submitting forms. We submitted forms like 3 times.
So how many times have you formed long queues? 3 times?
Oh, the long queues, there are plenty.
Plenty?
Plenty, because they'll tell you to bring your forms for validation that they are doing they started a program, a transition program to transition. So you have the options you could choose from. So we did it online. After doing it online, we had to submit manual forms. That form we submitted it like 2 times. But those things, I don't think they were really.
And nothing came out of it?
No, nothing came out.
No jobs, no transition?
No jobs, no transition. I don't know whether they are still working on it. But from the look of things, I don't think. Because even the minister did not mention anything. The mentionings he made on Nabco, it didn't include, it didn't say anything substantive. The only thing he mentioned was the U-Start, and we got the indication that the U-Start has come to replace the Nabco. Those forms that we submitted, we had to print it, and the form was bulky. We have to print it and submit. So basically, these are some of the things that can be improved upon. Yes.
Okay. And do you have any word for those trainees who are home right now watching you and also wishing they were in your position to be able to get a job? Do you have any advice for them? What should they do?
My advice would be that they shouldn't despair. We know that in this country, we know the government says the private sector is the engine of growth, but the private sector is full. It's very difficult to get jobs, and for the government sector there, it's worse. So the advice I can give them is they can find something doing on their own. They should try. My brother and myself, we have a small poultry farm. We grow layers, so they can venture into such opportunities. That's if they can get the capital, and then basically we're hoping for the best. And now with technology, you can learn a lot of new skills and better yourself for upcoming opportunities. So basically, that would be my advice for them.
And they should keep looking for jobs?
Yeah, for the jobs, yes. We'll all keep looking for jobs. But sometimes, I know when you apply, especially with the government jobs, for me, I don't try to apply for government jobs because I know for these jobs you have to be connected, but they can still try. They can still try. I remember applying for a job during this Nabco time. Now, my bosses urged me to apply for the civil service job. I applied. I went for the interview. I wrote the exams. I went for the interview, and then we went there, and then they'll tell you that this year the protocol list was plain. The protocol list was plain. So
were you told officially or unofficially?
Officially. We were just going there to see how far.
And those were the sentiments being shared?
Those were the sentiments. Even with some of the directors, you speak to them, we tell them that my boss will tell them, oh, Ishmael has written the exam, so Ishmael is here, you have to do something. And they say, oh, now it's who you know. Now it's who you know. Those are the top. Those are the top.
And you don't know anybody?
Oh. The people I know are those telling me that it's who you know. So basically, I know it's very difficult to get jobs in government. So, but if it doesn't cost anything, now most of the applications are online. With the government jobs, one thing I don't like is you have to be paying. You have to be paying to apply. If immigration, you have to You have to pay.
Buy forms.
You have to buy forms. Even with some, you're going to write the exams, you have to pay before you have access to the exams. So these are some of the challenges they'll meet. But they should keep trying. So hopefully, Ghana, hopefully.
There's no hope. you can't even say hopefully. But anyway, there's some hope. And
yes.
If you found your way out after all the Nabco period, others can also find their way out. Thank you very much, Ishmael Batoma. This is the Lowdown. You can watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV, on GhanaWeb.com, and all of GhanaWeb's digital platforms. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
Accra FM nsɛnkyerɛni ayɛ frɛ ne sɛ Bobie Ansa ɛna watu bi paa ma ne ɛyɛ ne nyɔnko nsɛnkyerɛni Manase Azuri Awoni otwema nsɛnkyerɛni bɛn no yɛ nya atwumse na obi nim kyɛsɛ ne awayɛ otwema ane onim paa sɛ ne Ghana mampani na dankɔ akufo ado sɛ ne na memoi ɛkɔ ɛne ne su ɛne ne ban nanso ne nyinaa mu Manase entumi MBA na no ɛnkasa ayɛ nanso abra na former president John Dramani Mahama ɛto so ne deɛ bɛhwɛ ɛmɔ ɛbaaya ma kyɛsɛ ɔbɛka yɛmpo sɛ yɛade ɛyɛ owurɛ yɛ nampo no mampani akwakɔgye bribe ɛmra na kyɛsɛ asɛm no kora ɛnyɛ no korɛ afei otwema Manase enim sɛ Ghana mampani na dankɔ akufo ado ne behavior nyɛ ɛno hyɛ da yɛ campaign ɛma akufo ado ɛbɛyɛ mampani ɛna ɔsɔre na ogyina no otwema na wo yɛ friend nsɛnkyerɛni nsɛnkyerɛfo a nso yɛ nsɛnkyerɛni ni bia na ɛna na nya asɛm keto akra nso ba GhanaWeb a obon sɛ yɛade Bobie Ansa watu bi amane Manase yie paa.
We continue our inquest into Ghana's disastrous performance at the 2021 AFCON. And today we are in the office of the Honorable Member of Southton, who is also a ranking member on Parliament's Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture. Honorable Kobina Wayome is my guest on Sports Check. And after this break, we talk AFCON. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check, and the Honorable Kobina Wayome is my guest. Honorable.
Hi.
Thank you for welcoming us.
Thank you for visiting me in my office this afternoon, and you're all welcome.
You know, prior to coming here, I was doing some research, and one of my colleagues in the office was like, "Oh, he's not a sports person." I was like, "And a parliamentary select committee crowd, what saying?"
That's right.
From people like her, what would you say to them? What kind of education? What is the role of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture?
Thank you, and welcome to Parliament, precisely my office. And good greetings to my constituents that may be watching, the people of South Tong constituency in the Volta region. For the purpose of further elucidation and understanding, Tong means riverside, and that's why when you come, you see the river, you know, giving you a beauty of nature. Well, a member in fact, I would say that the workings of Parliament, for the purpose of oversight, to, as it were, work and ensure that the executive lives up to expectation, are done through committees. And the names given to committees gives you the various ministries that they oversee. We in Parliament approve budget. We approve budget for the operation by the executive. We don't just approve for them to just go and we go and sleep. We also do follow-up to ensure that there's value for money in their expenditure, and whatever they do are within the confines of the laws of this country. And so when it comes to the committees in Parliament, they are committees that are well selected per the person's capacity and qualification, given a particular role to be able to do those work. So for youth, sports and culture is just one of such committees in Parliament that oversees 3 ministries per their name: youth, sports and culture. So you see, we oversee the Ministry of Youth and Sports per our oversight responsibility, the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs currently being designated, and partially, I'll say partially and I'll explain, the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture.
That was just by the way. Now let's come to the substantive issue why we are here. The Blasters went to the AFCON and they promised to break their 40, but they came home with 1 point and somehow it's a bag of disgrace. I think Parliament had its bite of the issues and you delivered, I think, what I would say, a great statement on the team's performance. The Speaker subsequently directed that some investigations or probing be done on to ascertain why we disgrace ourselves in Cameroon, if I should put it that way. One, does Parliament have the power to deal with issues of such nature, basically performance of the team, or can you explain to us the terms of the directive?
Oh yeah, well, as you already know, we actually went to the AFCON with clear intentions, as you alluded to really get back the cup and to end the drought over several years. But unfortunately, it didn't work to our expectation. And the way it went, it was also not too good. It was quite humiliating. And so definitely I had to put together the statement I did. And I thank God it's well received by both sides. I mean, as much as possible, we have come of age. It's time we put politics aside and discuss sports the way, dispassionately, with the way we must, and find solution to some of the nagging issues that confronts us. And so I wasn't really surprised that both sides spoke so eloquently on what ought to be done and suggestions offered. And so Speaker rightly has requested his committee, particularly the Youth Sports Culture Committee, to go into the matter, because it's very important. We need to know what went wrong. Could it be from preparation, or could it be from some technical aspects that probably didn't gel well? Or because if you watch from where we sit individually, there are the playing body are so endowed with skills, but then as a team and the commitment on the field of play and all that, something really was lagging. And so it is through us asking why and what happened and all that. And I think that is what the Speaker wants to know, and I think Ghanaians also want to know. Yes, I mean, we are clothed with the powers by the Constitution and establishment of Parliament and the role as Parliament to have oversight over the executive arm and over every public institution and everything that concerns the public.
So which institutions or persons are you looking to speak to? Is it the FA, the Sports Ministry? Or?
No, we speak to all of them. In fact, the committee identified quite all these people that will be invited. We identify all key stakeholders, NSA, the Ministry of Youth and Sport, the GFA, including their technical handlers and everybody, all together. So it's like trying to understand.
So the GFA will be invited as well?
Oh yes, I mean, you can't have this thing done without getting them also invited to hear from them. Because see, the point is that you can never tell. It could be that probably by the time they requested for money, the money didn't come at a time. Because of these things, preparation, you need time to prepare. You might have put in your request for money and then the money came in at the 11th hour, for instance. Definitely, you don't expect a good delivery at the end of the day because you think all these things are things that might come out. So that next time, government, hey, when requests such as that come, you treat it with the dispatch it deserves.
What about the playing body, the players themselves? Because at the end of the day, they are the key actors. They are the ones who went to the field and did not give us the result that we all expected. Are you going to extend invitations to the Dida, use the Thomas parties and maybe via Zoom or for them to speak on what happened in Cameroon?
Yeah, I mean, we might want to have a chat with them. I mean, these are wonderful players that we believe they are. And in their own rights, individually, they are good, they are doing their work. But then maybe as a playing body, as a team, what happened? Is there any infighting? Because the reports we keep hearing is that this person gets the ball, he doesn't want to, he was looking for a particular person to pass ball to, maybe, those sort of, so we need to hear from them. I mean, what's from their point of view, or was there anything lacking?
In the speaker's statement, he made quite something that I find quite interesting, that the report by your committee would decide whether Ghana will play the match against Nigeria in March or not. He says if it becomes necessary for Ghana to forfeit that game, we will forfeit the game, and that's based on the recommendations by your committee. One, do we have such powers to order the Black Stars not to play?
You just answered it yourself, recommendation, because Parliament will recommend to the executive. In fact, you just answered, we cannot impose, but we are working for the public. And we are doing a scientific research under the circumstance. We are actually looking out to, we are not just conjecturing. We're just not saying things without any evidence. We are bringing those who matter into the picture and asking them questions, some in camera and all that. And so people must be free to tell us what it is. And then when we end up putting all this together, and we think that at the end of the day, looking at the picture that maybe the report paints, then we may recommend, we may suggest that, look, it might not be worth it to just proceed. That we have a lot to do as a country to put things together properly before proceeding.
But would you, the works of the committee, will it be made public? Will people be allowed to attend?
You mean the sittings of the committee? Well, we haven't decided. The committee hasn't decided on that. In fact, it came up, so we are looking at it. Because some of the members were of the view that knowing the kind of sharp media we have, we don't want a situation where somebody is taken out of context and muddy the waters, because at the end of the day, we want to come out more united, more purposeful in terms of resolution on the way forward and getting the right things done.
You watched Nigeria at the AFCON and they won 3 games. Then they lost to Tunisia in the last 16 stage. Our Black Stars won none, drew 1 and lost 2. When you compare the form of the two sides, I know Ghana-Nigeria games, a lot to go into it, but are you confident that the Black Stars will beat Nigeria come March?
The way they played,
I mean, based on
with what they played, the way they played, and because I was just based on what I saw in Cameroon, I'm afraid. I mean, but I will not rule the Black Stars out. If we do the right things and put things that we need to do together, we can run over them.
All right, thank you very much. So it's Sports Check. We are speaking to a ranking member on the Parliamentary Select Committee on Sports, Culture and Youth. We are going for a break. Once we come back, we discuss more on maybe the Black Stars, their performance, issues of bonuses, and the most controversial topic, the budget for the AFCON. We'll be back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check, and my name is Perez Ezwakwa. The Honorable Kobe Wayme is my guest. We've already dealt with the issues about the blasters and the committee set up to probe the happenings in Cameroon. Now we are going to talk a bit more about the budget. Honorable, from where is it? Do you have any idea how much Ghana spent on the 2021 AFCON?
No. I wouldn't know the exact amount of money that was spent. And that's how come it found space in the statement, because it's been a question that has been asked by quite a number of Ghanaians, and the calls that I've received and the talk shows that I have participated on, and they want to know. However, when we're approving the 2022 budget, I actually saw a sharp rise in the budget allocation for the ministry, and it was quite unprecedented. I will applaud, I'll applaud the ministry for getting that amount, but provided what they were, the source from which they intend to get those monies really comes. So until we get a breakdown, because this interaction through the investigation will also bring all of that.
Is that a bit of a concern that we go into a tournament, we spend before we come back to account to the people? If we so dearly hold Ghanaians, or we so dearly hold on to the principles of accountability, I feel we should tell Ghanaians that we are embarking on this particular mission. This is how much we are going to do, so that in the event that anyone has issues to raise with the amount of money going to be spent, then we can do that. But then we go into the tournament, then we come back. It's...
You see, in the budget that we approved, you realize that you have an excess of over 300 million. Okay? Yes, Ghana cedis. Okay, that has been allocated.
For ministers.
For ministers. So I want to believe maybe allocation for goods and service, okay, might be what they are spending from. Even though I know they've always overrun their budget, and that has its own consequences. We've mentioned time and again when we are debating their budgets. And I want to believe that that is the reason why this time around they have given that ceiling to their destiny. Line by line itemization of the breakdown of what they intend to do, the projections. What they didn't do was the actual figure for the AFCON campaign was not explicitly, stated in their budget. And so it found expression in our reports on the floor that we would want to know how much, okay, they actually intend spending on the AFCON alone, which was not clear. However, we can still be doing it this way round, where you have gone and come back, give us a breakdown, which we have requested for, and see how, whether it is within what we approved for them. Okay.
So we've done enough of the budget issues. Now let's come to the performance of the team itself.
I thought we dealt with it. Anyway, but I think performance, below our expectation. Yeah, below our expectation.
What went wrong for Ghana?
I will not be able to do. These are questions, Charlie, bro, I'm unable to answer. Because I will be lying to you that, you see, that's one of the things, even though in the, maybe outside the cameras, I can share my thoughts. But that one is not professional, because I'm not being paid to do a particular work. Those who are really professionals and are being paid, okay, to deliver, we should hold accountable.
Were you impressed with the coaching?
There were problems with the entire technical whole. There were problems. We all saw it. Because there was times my village brain, Taflachet, was telling me that the thing wasn't going well in a certain flank. What was some place was leaking, and it was consistent. And we must have a policeman there to block any movement. Are you getting me? Yeah. It's like the policeman there is sleeping. After like that, you know. No, so what can we do?
I'm actually preaching one of the matches where, from the first half, one of our sides were leaking throughout, and the coach didn't have enough.
So me, that is why. So I'll ask. Technical people, this is what I'm seeing. You are not seeing that. I will say that because at the end of the day, we are paying you to deliver, and you are a professional. You know the game because you are the one. You have the third eye for the thing. I don't have it, and so I can't pretend to tell you that I know more than you. So do your work. Are you understanding me? So yeah. I will not go on air or anything and say that Anka the way too high, the way too high. No, it's the last thing I will do, and I will never do that one.
One of your colleagues, I think the Honorable Frida Prempe, made mention of the fact that these days you don't see pride, hunger, patriotism when the Black Stars are playing. Is it one of the attributes that you think was missing with regards to the team's performance in Cameroon, that the players did not show enough hunger, enough desire to kill themselves for the country? Is that something that you...
That is an observation, and she may be right. She may be right, and that's an observation. That's why I talk about commitment. Your ability to die a little, as if you're losing some 50-50 balls, easily, balls that you can equally fight for, you know, and it's like there's a slack, you know, anytime. I don't know. And then, I don't know. I don't understand also one of the things, like you are pushing forward to play, to go and score or whatever, and you end up playing much more within your circles, passing among yourselves and not pushing forward. I mean, there are several things. So it's an observation made, like I said. I will not go into those detailed observations because we want those who have the third eye, who are mandated to oversee the entire thing. Come and tell us.
Some people believe that the performance of the team is a manifestation of the general problem with Ghana football, where we've gone from being a top team on the continent to now being one of those teams on the ground. And our league and our football seem to be in a mess. Have you made that? Do you subscribe to that notion that what happened in Cameroon is a representation of basically what Ghana football is?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I agree. I agree that we the football, in fact, sports in general, football in particular, we keep retrogressing, we keep going down, and I think that there's the need for government to assist in building the infrastructure and build the human resource capacity, and to get the local league supported and facilitate rebranding. Even though the clubs may be private owned, government still has an interest because they are the roots bearing the fruits, the roots and the tree bearing the fruits, the fruits being those we call up into the Black Stars. And so if you don't have a good root and a tree to nourish the branches enough to give you good fruits, definitely garbage in, garbage out.
In terms of government investment in sports, are you impressed with what the Akufo-Addo government has done so far?
You see, if you talk about the building of astroturfs and all this, I told you how many of the astroturfs have been built, taking into consideration and consulting football people or sports in general in a particular locality and area and accepting the location. 1. 2, why are you not even building it to meet the international standard? Are you getting what I'm saying? Yeah. 3, are you not helping to ensure that, you know, whilst you situate whatever at any particular area, it becomes so beneficial for the majority in that area? So, the way it's been so planted across the country, dotted all over, there's no science behind it. And they don't even meet the standard. How many of our local teams have a home ground? Can't we use this policy to then associate with the various regions and localities and put up in consultation with them so that it becomes beneficial for the vast majority in an area? And that also helps to build the coals movement at the grassroots. And that also helps them to have the school sports, because they will have a place to be training. Okay? Because when you spread it well, in consultation with the key people, take politics out of it. Don't go and say, I want to go and build something for some people in that some area because they will vote for me. When you do that, you go and put up Taflache, you go to, you will end up sending fridges to the Eskimos to buy. Or, if you are not very careful, you will think you want to sell heaters at the Sahara Desert. That is it.
My last 2 questions before I wind up on this interview. The bonuses issue, the issue of bonuses to the Black Stars players, is one of the things that you're going to consider in your report, such that after the work, we now have a definite amount or a design amount for the Black Stars when it comes to bonuses?
That one, we will discuss it. I wouldn't want to say anything much about it because they are motivational. They are motivational in the sense that something to just motivate people to die extra.
Do you think we should continue paying bonuses to Black Stars?
Oh, it's not a bad idea, but it should be the ability to pay. It shouldn't be like you are pulling the hair from somebody's nose. Even if you don't have, you have to go and look for it from wherever, at the expense of other equally important state needs. And so you balance it. And for me, it's a matter of sitting with all who matter, including our beloved players, to also appreciate the state in which we find ourselves and collectively agree. But it is very important to pat their back for a good work done. So motivating them, I'm for it.
My last question, we are in search for a new Black Stars coach. Now, reports since Friday indicate that government seem to have their candidate, the FA also have their candidate, and neither side is willing to compromise. So government has Chris Hilton, whom they want to be the coach of the Black Stars. The FA, on the other hand, we understand the president was in Germany to speak to former Black Stars Wenger Tuado. Looking at the development between these two countries, looking at the fact that we have barely weeks to play Nigeria, what do you make of the whole situation?
Well, I would think that they should allow the football people to suggest, because at the end of the day, the buck stops with them. If you ask me, let them suggest and let the government roll along. But, of course, government must demand reasons. And once they make cogent, I mean, they stand good reason why they are doing whatever. Once it sounds convincing, and that it must be made to know that it comes with a price if there's a failure. That's it.
Finally, will the reports of your committee be made public?
Oh, yes. I mean, it will be submitted on the floor at plenary, because that is where it was requested. So when we are done, we'll have to submit it on the floor for other members to also have a bite on the content. And so it will be made public.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for...
Thank you. But then there's something I want to just, again, you see, all the astroturfs and all those field, sporting whatever that were built, the source of money for that is from the National Youth Authority, and then 5%, when we're doing that law in 2016, His Excellency John Mahama was the one who says, after approving the District Assembly Common Fund formula here in Parliament, we should allocate by law 5% of that amount to the National Youth Authority, because of how important he sees the needs of youth in Ghana be viewed and looked at and improved upon. And so those releases annually was where those fundings came. And so when they are praising those constructions, let Ghanaians remember the architect brain behind those, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Thank you very much. And this has been a riveting conversation with the ranking member on Parliament's Select Committee on Sports, Youth and Culture. We discussed the Black Stars, the committee set up to probe the issues. We also did a bit of politics by saying that we should credit the Mahama administration for the assertive that we see around. This has been Sports Check and Perez as well. Till we meet again, Macron.
Infie mienu pepepe ni a chese beto odwa se wokọ Ghana International Trade Fair chese demolition bi ekọ honom no na nya asam keto kokọ wie mu no na nyumako bebre na yebubu omodan e de asom asa nyuma no kra chese na enya asam keto akra na ore bia ye frɛ no se Raymond Acha ono e na epeni a chese ni company ye frɛ no Universal Labels and Packaging Co Limited di twaniti awase Unipark e na ba konso de Color Planet Limited okasa nkofo a chese ne nyumako no so kokọ bubu ye edi to guya kra na chese enya asam keto akra no e na GhanaWeb eni onu akwa di nkita ho a na otwemu se sani ade no asai na nyuma no enya asam keto akra isan se emra demolition exercise ne bae no na chese sika odi a share adwuma nim no na enya asam keto ho so ba GhanaWeb a obenya bi akenkan. Efiti enra ebepimo ne sofopenia ye friend say TDJs eyade a Ghana for atwe omanu say chapia e de asi ni suye pa esan se ono ankasa tu ne num tua na chese ogbo Ghana mampeni na dankwakufu abasu ye pa etwemu se Ghana mampeni o ye shebrese safo ye pa esan se na sentem bi oba hanom ohu Ghana fo a yatete apansam ya kwan enye edan bi eni Ghana ha nanso mfie nso echi osan ba Ghana no osebra be hwa de highways aquantempon efe real estates 5-star hotels and then nkeka wenya asam keto akra na no na Bishop TDJ so no de so wagya ne na so obaga na mampeni na dan kwa baso de e wo so obana baso pan esanse mampeni waya ade yie nti wo se Ghana fo mompeni no. So man for ebe kaya ye bom nkaya na pe bom amanye se former president asofo bi ekokohia no ene ni kodi nkita ho mo no po ebe kaya na oka 11 ho nsensem na so ye sofo koi omu ba ko e de ba betu dwa se ansa no mka ko John Dramani Mahama no omu di nkan ehu Ghana mampeni na dadan kwakufu ado e na afi oso afo a ohwe eye sikasem so Ken Oforiata na ye most reverend Dr. Paul Okoboafo ono e na presiding bishop Emma Methodist Church of Ghana ono na chese odi sa asofu koyanim e de ko mpenifo na nem sa e baaye no na omanfo e kasa yie pa no di ntwemu aba se ansa no mbekọ former president John Dramani Mahama ono omudi nkan ekoko hu eye Ghana mampeni na dan kwakufu ado e na afi oso afo no na omutwem omuye we nyina esansa nyema ekoso e wo mrahye bedwam no na hu behia so omuni mpenifo e wa Ghana hanom ebedi nkita ho ntomo omra chese omune eye Ghana mampeni e na afi oso afo ne kasa yiwe no na hu ehia se omuhu eye former president nso na omuni ni disa nkita ho no efa parliament ho enu nti e na chese omukoko hu Ghana mampeni dada John Dramani Mahama. Infie mienu pepepe ni a chese beto odwa se wo kọ Ghana International Trade Fair chese demolition bi e kọ honom no na nya asam keto kokọ wie mu no na nyumako bebre na ye bubu omo dan e de asom asa nyuma no kra chese na enya asam keto akra na ore bia ye frɛ no se Raymond Acha ono e na epeni a chese ni company ye frɛ no Universal Labels and Packaging Co Limited di twanity awase Unipark e na ba ko so de Color Planet Limited okasan kofo a chese ne nyumako no so kokọ bubu ye edi to gu ya kra na chese enya asam keto akra no e na GhanaWeb eni onu mu akwa di nkita ho a na o twemu se sani ade no asai na nyuma no enya asam keto akra isan se emra demolition exercise ne bae no na chese sika odi a share adwuma nim no na enya asam keto ho so ba GhanaWeb a obenya bi akenkan. Efiti endra ebepimo ne sofu penya ye friend say TDJs eyade a Ghana for atwe omanu say chapia e de asi ni suye pa esanse ono nkasa tu ne num tua na chese ogbo Ghana mampeni na dankwa kufuado abasu ye pa etwemu say Ghana mampeni o ye shebre sesafo ye pa esanse na sentem bi oba hanom ohun Ghana fo a yatete apansam ya kwan enye edan bi eni Ghana ha nanso mfie nso echi osan ba Ghana no osebra be hwa de highways akwantempon efe real estates 5-star hotels and then nkeka wenya asam keto akra na no na Bishop TDJ so no de so wagya ne na so obaga na mampeni na ndan kwa baso de e wo so oba na baso pan esanse mampeni waya ade yie nti wo se Ghana fo mompeni no.
Thank you very much. May we all be seated. Thank you very much. Without much ado, may I please invite Mr. George Dasha from the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association to give us an opening prayer. Mr. George Dasha. Mr. George Dasha. Thank you very much, Mr. George, to give us an opening prayer.
May we be in the mood of prayer. Our God, we thank you for this day. We thank you most especially for giving us life. And we pray for our strength that you have given us. We pray committing this gathering into your hands. Come and take over whatever we are going to discuss today. We pray that you will give our leaders here with us the wisdom and the understanding to explain things to each and every one of us gathered here. We pray that at the end of the day, whatever queries and questions that we have in our minds will be made clear so that peace will prevail. This and many more we ask through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you very much. Mr. George, we're most grateful. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite the hosts or the landlord of the region so that quickly we zoom into the program itself. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce to you the Honorable Regional Minister for the Northern Region, Mr. Shaibu, or Honorable Shaibu. Thank you very much.
Entree. Entree. The Honorable Minister for Finance, Honorable Ken Oforiatta, the Honorable Minister for Fisheries, Honorable Mavis Hawa Kumsen, the Honorable Minister for Information, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Transport, Hassan Tampuli, officials of the Finance Ministry, Nanima, our Honorable MMDCs, the heads of security services, leaders of associations and members of those associations, the security services present, invited guests, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, I am most honored for this privilege been given me to host such a very important forum. Indeed, this is the third of this kind in Ghana. And before I continue, I'd like to indicate that it is not by mistake that Tamale was chosen for the third encounter by the Minister for Finance with the general public. Results of the population census of 2021 indicates that the third most urban region in Ghana is the northern region. So this is some of the things that were taken into consideration, and Tamale was chosen as one of the venues to host this very important forum. Let me also not hesitate to say that national development is a shared responsibility, and we need everybody to participate in this very crucial national program. This might have come from a short notice, but I am impressed about the attendance that we have here today. It tells me that, after all, the people of the northern region, and Tamale for that matter, are not onlookers. They are very much interested in what happens to the economy of Ghana. And I want to applaud all the attendants here for making time to be here with us. Can we applaud ourselves? Today's forum, from my introduction, I have served an indication that it has something to do with finances. And that is why we have the finance minister himself in our presence. He could have delegated any finance official, but because this is a very important issue, he has chosen to be here himself. We have stakeholders who would be helping me moderate this program. We need your attention. Please, Ghana first. Let us think about Mother Ghana before we think about any parochial interests that might be driving us in here. We are coming to discuss the e-levy, that is popularly called electronic tax system. So many evil things have been said about the e-levy. Today affords us an opportunity to get the sense of what the e-levy is all about. So I want us to give it the attention that it deserves, so that after this program, those of us who have not been well informed would as well be informed. We would have made our own decisions before leaving this room, whether this tax is worth doing. I know that it is worth doing. That is why I said, I premised my introduction with the word a shared responsibility. We all know that governments will always work with taxes. That is how we bring development to our people. And for this reason, we have to support government in some of these issues that would give us the necessary revenue to give us the good roads, build the schools, the hospitals, the markets, and other infrastructural deficiencies that we are experiencing in our various communities. My plea to each and every one of us here is to put Ghana first before we can look at our partisan considerations. Politics came to meet Ghana. Ghana is older than politics. The well-being of Ghanaians and Ghana as a whole should be at the forefront of our developmental agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, without boring you too much with a very long speech, because we have speeches that will be coming through after my welcome address. Let me use this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you, those who have traveled from far and near to this very important forum. What I have said, I just want to summarize for the benefit of those who couldn't get a grasp of what I said in English. Mabe ne yashama kan yan yagu biala dagbande katza habang tezongo jima ne yeshale pilla ye toama nzang pan shaban shi tongoma nzang woselo so nzang ba woselo nai kan yelye de no manya sampam de ten lan chongo ne titi de la bal shale te kpamba maa ni ʒin yi Ankara na ka lee bi zani ka yɛli yee tin kana ni ti ti tum tuun shɛli ŋɔ maa di nyɛla sokam zaaha yɛlli don ti zaaha di simsi ni ti zaŋ tingbani lɛbiginsim n zaŋ bahi ti tooni dini yɛn chɛ ka Ghana ka di nyɛ lɛbiginsim di zuɣu tin yɛn niŋ binshɛɣu zuŋɔ ŋɔ yɛltɔɣa pam pun daŋ tooni ka di pa yɛmaŋli di yɛli ti yɛltɔɣa biɛri ka di pa yɛmaŋli ya zuŋɔ ŋun namli maa o maŋ be kpe ni o yɛli ti ka tɔɣisi kahigi pa o ko ŋun kanna maa o ʒi kpan shɛba bin yɛn sɔŋɔ ka o tooi kahigili ka ti nyɛ din nyɛ shɛm ka ti che ʒiri ka zaŋ yɛmaŋli n zaŋ bo lɛbiginsim n zaŋ ti Ghana yi a yi lihi gɔmnanti ka puu gɔmnanti puu ni nyɛ shɛli nyɛ ti pukpariba ti nim ban be duu ŋɔ ni don a yi lihi ban be duu ŋɔ ni salo balibu kam be duu ŋɔ puuni daabihi bɛni ban tumdi gɔmnanti maŋmaŋ tuma bɛni ban tumdi maŋ sɔŋsim tuma ka bi bɛni ban tumdi bi dahalali tuma ka bi bɛni ti mi zaɣ yino kam ku tooi yina bo lɛbiginsim ti Ghana naɣala ti laɣim mi gbaayi so laɣim gbaa maa soli shɛli ka ti kpuɣi n zaŋ kanna ŋɔ ya zuŋɔ ka paati tuma ka ti tumda ti tumdila yɛltɔɣa shɛli din yɛn bo lɛbiginsim zaŋ ti Ghana di zuɣu ti zaŋmi ti paati yɛltɔɣa n zaŋ sɔŋ ka zaŋ Ghana bahi ti tooni dini ka ti yɛn nyɛ lɛbiginsim lɛbiginsim maa ni kana n sani din kana a sani din kana o gba sani din tabisi sokam zaaha tin bɔri shɛm zuŋɔ ka laɣim salo ŋɔ nyɛla e-levy yɛltɔɣa ka ti yɛn tɔɣisi electronic levy di yɛltɔɣa ka ti yɛn tɔɣisi to shɛba mi pun daŋ na n ti pun yɛli n zaŋ ʒi shɛŋa zaŋ bahi tooni yɛ zuŋɔ ti zaaha nyɛ saha ni ti wum din nyɛ shɛm ti wum din nyɛ shɛm tin zaŋmi Ghana bahi ti tooni ka lihi kaman ti bɔri lɛbiginsim ti pala ti so kuriti duri ti daashibiti nima ni yɛla pam ti kom soli din nim maa zaa yirila gɔmnanti pɔŋ ni puuni na wula ka ti yɛn niŋ ka gɔmnanti pɔŋ maa nabi din yɛn chɛ ka bi tooi ti ti lala lɛbiginsim shɛli tin bɔri maa zuŋɔ tin wumli ka yɛn zani kpe ka puhi ka paɣa ŋun kam zaa che o tuma ka kana ni o ti wum alizan shɛli tin mali ŋɔ ti mi yi wumli ti di chɛ ka di kpalim kpe a yi yin yɛli maa zuɣu ka o yɛli o zuɣu ka o gba yɛli o zuɣu ka ti zaaha baŋ e-levy maa ni nyɛ shɛm ni din yɛn bo lɛbiginsim shɛli zaŋ ti ti di pala so n bɔri ni o deei vaasu di bala polo ni ka ti zaaha yɛn nyɛ din yɛn tum tuun shɛli zaŋ ti ti n zandi kpe ka puhiri ka paɣari ŋun kam zaaha che tuma ka kana ti deei ti lahabali ŋɔ. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Naunde Sohogo, Tapaya Pam, Honorable Minister, Tapaya. Thank you very much. On this note, may I hand over the microphone to the Honorable Minister for Information, Honorable Kojo Opong Nkrumah. Thank you very much.
Isa, thank you very, very much. The Honorable Minister for Finance, Honorable Minister for Fisheries, Honorable Deputy Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for receiving us here at the Radash Hall in Tamale, from where this afternoon the whole of Ghana is following a very important national conversation, a conversation on the Ghanaian economy, how we want to recover the Ghanaian economy after COVID has hit us, and our various roles in this recovery, including how we fund this recovery. I want to crave your indulgence for a few minutes to formally introduce to you the delegation, the government delegation that is here. And you please join me with a round of applause to receive first the Honorable Member of Parliament for Gushegu, Deputy Minister for Transport, Hassan Tampoli. Hassan, thank you for being with us this afternoon. The Honorable Member of Parliament for Ewutu Senya East, Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture, Mavis Hawa Kumsin. Thank you for being with us. The Honorable Deputy Minister for Information, the Honorable Fatima Abubakar, who is here with us. And the delegation is led by the Honorable Minister for Finance, the Honorable Kenneth Ofori Atta. We also have with us officials of the Ministry of Finance, the Tax Policy Unit, officials from the Ministry of Information and other government agencies. I just want to set the tone for the conversation. And I want to set it by thanking you once again that you have made time to be with us here. We are all aware that the world is going through a challenge. All of us here are wearing a mask. Why? Because there's been a global disease that has been killing hundreds of thousands of people, COVID-19. And since it started, governments have had to take various measures aimed at protecting people's lives. In the countries where they didn't take it seriously, hundreds of thousands of people died. Now, when you take measures that say that people should stay at home, what they call lockdown, it means people can't go to work, can't come back from work. The normal economic activity that we do and make a lot of money begins to suffer. It means what they call economic growth will begin to suffer. When you say there should be social distancing in the office, so you come on Monday and let me come on Tuesday, it means our company's productivity will slow down and it will affect how much money we make as a company. And sometimes it means that some of our colleagues will be laid off because the company can no longer take care of them. The result has been that since COVID-19 came, the whole world and its economy has experienced a slowdown. In the IMF reports, they say minus 3.2 in the year 2020. So the global economy actually was beginning to go back. It is coming with a lot of inequality, the gap between the rich and the poor. And inflation is going up because places where they manufacture a lot of things, they can't manufacture a lot of things because people are not going to work. And when there are few things in the market, the little money that we have begins to push the price up. That's what they call inflation. Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, Europe, America, China, they are all experiencing some economic difficulties. It is causing unemployment and pain in many parts of the world. In Ghana, President Akufo-Addo took a lot of measures aimed at helping us to first save lives, and then we can save livelihoods. And so if you remember this famous quote, the president said that we are taking a decision to fight hard against COVID. But that hard fight will cost us a lot of money. But don't worry, we know how to bring the economy back to life. But we will not know how to bring human beings back to life if we let them die. I'm sure you remember that quotation. What it meant was that we're going to spend a lot of money. We're going to literally sacrifice the economic progress so that we can save lives, and then after that we can bring the economy back to life. In fact, just a few days ago, a former president of the Republic, former President Mahama, issued a statement. In the statement, he acknowledges that prior to 2020, Ghana had made a lot of progress. But because of the pandemic and the expenditures associated with the pandemic, our economy has had some challenges. All over the world, governments are asking themselves, so how do we recover? And what is the role of citizens? And that is why we are here today to have this conversation. We were watching you on GTV. Many of you were raising questions. One young lady says that, I'm a student. If my mother pays my school fees with Momo, I hear the school fees will be reduced because it will be taxed. I'm happy we are here today because you will find out that that is not true. Public schools, when you pay any sort of payment with electronic platforms, it will not be taxed. Private schools are supposed to be registered for tax purposes, and so then they can be exempted. There are a lot of stories going around. It's not fair that if you have your money on your phone, some will be removed from it. All sorts of stories. Today, the leaders are here. They will have time to explain all of it. I want to start by inviting to the podium the Honorable Member of Parliament for Gushegu and Deputy Minister for Transport to give us the first 10 minutes of his understanding of where we are and how we are recovering and our various roles in it. I didn't hear you applaud him as he comes to the podium. The Honorable Hassan Tampoli.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister for Finance, Honorable Minister for Fisheries, the Honorable Northern Regional Minister, Honorable Minister for Information, my colleague Deputy Minister for Information, Nanama, MMDCs, Service Commanders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Entree. To, poya pam kapai ne inyesa nkana niti dilala azama shalati yandingo. Ntehan sune government dazan budget nzan chang jin chorbo yil to bond le parliament. Niti budget ma tinyan nsham nya lare ntinyan dilala larma nzamba tuma mambukata namsham. To bond le economic policy and then budget statement. To tenang nai the Palala Bumbo de Benshao enabling law to give effect to the levy. The Punaka Palam Kadamal Bukata Nesa Shelton Panao Katakana Intijin Kamantinjiamo Tianjin Lagana Lola Kambobania Nkana Ntijilala Azamama Ntatazami 2016, 2015. Today, the Bashau, no Dumso. What is that term Dumso Yara? Who remembers Dumso? Because the lies are back on. So nobody remembers Dumso. But it took a lot of effort to get Dumso out of our lingua. Bundale Nang. Government da signed the Bumbo and the Bashau power purchase agreements. The Pune. Kabasani Tinyan Nem Nalumbo Masham. Nalumbo Mami, but our sign agreements, ma, but when the shall take or pay. Whether you consume the power or not, you have to pay for it. And for every year, to you $500 million, $1 billion, Laka to Kuyara, Kala Latima, Nanguma, Tubuzan Kubugata Shale. Ayuru, Anju, Amiji, Anju. Government kana to be that punyale. The problem of Dunzo was not a technical issue, it was a money matter. So government was going to find the resources to be able to address that concern. And that is what took us out of Dunzo. And you need to applaud the government for that. But we are not government. Now I think I like my could be jongo funya karkunye kasokamzami. Those pre-COVID time, before COVID man, 2017, Katapilgi Bumbo and Bishop Free Senior High School. Nilkangum B. Chang Secondary School, where we Mushadam Bene, Gana Lola comes out, so comes out. Tumbo and the Bishop planting for food and jobs. Pukaro Beki is a meat and financially. Naminya Kabuzang articulator. Fertilizer tole no kopsita kabmal le pertugo na bulupolo go shantung bande fertilizer nang Allah ganango kan yirba tu jourle exporter le nchan tunduya government mi yorla de pregle katimi gba yodubula de pregle social interventions pam da bien katada pille tada netin lapse nurses allowance, teachers training allowance, didn't maza to the Ghana levies, taxes, and all of that, and put them together into a pool for the benefit of all of us. Those who COVID nikana, the Latin la'an ajishalma, dinka to the Zampiligi, Tinyan Nunsham, address la COVID mama. The government. The economy was very buoyant at the time. No doubt about that. Everybody acknowledges it.
So we were in a position to immediately start looking for solutions on how to deal with the COVID situation. The one coming yelne, we nanda nyanga, agonan laura, ananla atuni. We started looking for how to deal with the COVID situation before we got help from external sources. Then market zanzan kaman minister na punyalma. To the haven nang the job professional. Zungo to nang the lemme. Veronica buckets. Zungo a bankuman lala biyaranga zabada nang lama halen nyal nula kamza. Hand sanitizers, chipti, bonuntin bona. Then the maza to the nang the lemme. Government to me daba maldishly because the 2020 budget had been passed in November. So we didn't plan for any expenditure on COVID. So definitely, Amal Shilbin Shakamza, the Kulna Bahmia, didn't that party, Kaganako, to do a lolokam. But the government had a responsibility to do something for us. Who remembers how many months the government took care of our electricity bills in 2020? Have we forgotten? Our electricity bills, fellow Ghanaians, President Naya, no deal, let us samlamaza. Kaya no lies bill, the water bill, walang dia, government ma dia because tidamali you go to nangle. We do this in anticipation that collectively we will come back and then build our revenue sources again, so that in the unlikely event that some other pandemic strikes, what do we do? Are we able to take the first measures to protect ourselves before we call for external support? That is why we are having this conversation. So if tomorrow some pandemic strikes, what are we going to do? Bokatiyan nang. So Shabiyal Neticham IMF. What has IMF got to do with this homegrown solution that we want to do for ourselves? You go to the IMF, BNT more conditionalities. You cannot recruit people in the public service. The people are bank be tempune umbortumango. Last ma busubiya nyetumaya. Ne government could to money. That was the case before 2017. And then they will tell you that you can't pay teachers allowance, you can't pay nurses allowance, you can't do this, you can't do that. They'll be shouting instructions at you on how to manage your own economy. But we have taken the bull by the horn.
Well attired and with a from dancing and the rest of it, he came to greet his elder brother. It was a very, very interesting moment for us. And you could see Ocheng standing up. Immediately he saw his brother, the one who is now gone to be with the ancestors because he's come home. I am very excited that these bondings should never be lost. At no point in time should the Asunes fight. We are one people and we spread all over the country. And Honorable Speaker, it also brings to mind the sanity in the Asante Kingdom. Because as a matter of fact, if you are not very sure and you do not have the powers to embrace all manner of people, you can rule as the king of the Asantes. So how would you feel that in a very serious conclave, the Asunes are part of your thinking? And as he said also that even in one of the moments when the great Otumfuo was not in the realm, it was Officer Hini who was acting as the Asante Hini. That is very, very interesting. If we have the time, we are very nervous about where this clan is coming from, where this tribe is coming from, and all the problems we go through when we want to act as a people. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me touch on a few important things which are connected with this solemn statement. Is the political relevance of chieftaincy. Because when we were speaking, all that was running through my mind that the measurement of a king is not the gold adornments and the kind of fonton from and the rest of it, but is he an agent of development? It's very important that we are no longer saying that the chiefs should take their guns and go and conquer territories. But the real thing that confronts any serious king, like if you look at how vast the land of Offenso is, the real task is how the king is now fighting poverty in his kingdom. And I'm elated to hear that he decided to fight Galamsey, which was one of the ways that if we are not careful, the whole environment will be raped because of the appetite for profit. And I think I salute him for that fight, that we shouldn't pollute our river bodies in the name of commerce and profit. I am also excited to hear that for the sake of vocational education in the Offenso Kingdom, he released vast tracts of land for that purpose. That is, a king with developmental sense, that for development to come to his area, he has to see land for people to have mass education in the area of vocational education. And that was very interesting. The king was also fighting, ill health and challenges that people go through in terms of their health. And I'm also elated to hear that he was very instrumental in the provision of land for a very powerful hospital and organized the insurance which should go along the area for people to have insurance. He was very instrumental in providing the ambulance training school, and he also gave land for purposes of securing the ambulance training school. Honorable Speaker, I'm about to resume my seat, and I will say that I personally was in good contact with Nana Wiafe Akente. This hour, a great Asuna has fallen, and the whole of the Asuna clan are mourning one of their senior members. My prayer is that we give him a befitting send-off. And all those who are connected with tradition should troop to Offenso, and with the king of the Asantes, Utumfo himself, going to bid farewell to one of his generals. I think they will give him a befitting burial. My chief concern is always the aftermath of sending the king off. I pray to God that the one who should succeed him should be a man of stature, who will fit into his shoes or even do better. And all forms of acrimony associated with the aftermath of the send-off of a king should not be associated with an Abiafia Kente. Let Offenso man show civility and diplomacy in trying to find someone who is worth his name. Another, great Asuna to succeed the king who's left us. It is said that the Asuna people have good looks. And may I quote this proverb. I don't intend offense. They say, Osuna near Tiko, and this will be an one of the clerks at table are wondering what I'm saying. That they say that for the Asuna people, they have good looks. And the back of the head is equal to somebody's face. I think this is a great Asuna, and we mourn him dearly. May his soul rest in peace. Honorable Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Let him come to our brother Kofi. I'm told you are celebrating your birthday today. Is that right? Anyway, you celebrate you, but let's hear you.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. And somebody may be wondering why me from Oti and Buem will be contributing to a statement that have something to do with Offenso Hene. But this was a chief that was truly, I was very close to because of the work, my past activities as national organizer of our party. I went around the country with many leaders and therefore associated with him. Indeed, as has been said by previous speakers and the maker of the statement, Nana was a visionary leader and very much development oriented. He really cared for his people so much and fought for development for the people of Offenso that there wasn't a time any leader will engage with him and you would not hear him asking for one development project or the other. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, in 2016, when we visited his palace with former President John Dramani Mahama, because of many development projects he has initiated in the Offenso area, Nana left his stool and took another chair and gave his stool to former President John Dramani Mahama to take that seat because he saw in him development for the people, for his people. He did that and it became news all over the country. I remember subsequently reading stories that Nana had taken the stool to do things for President Mahama to win, but that was not the case. It was because he cared so much about his people and he saw a lot of projects being initiated by then President for the development of the Offenso area. Notably, we all know of tomato growth in the Offenso area, especially Akuma Dam. So the government then got the Korean to do the first 60 acres of irrigated land for growth of tomatoes. And the phase 2 was to cover about 120 acres. But I'm told till now that has not seen the light of day. The intentions, together with Nana, was to see a serious tomato factory in the Offenso area to provide jobs for the people. And like has been said, it is all of us our hope that whoever will take after him will continue pushing for the development for his people. Mr. Speaker, if you remember in 2019, when the 2019 budget was read, he did indicate that when government was committing to do some roads in the Ashanti region, he, Nana, did not hear Offenso being mentioned. And he has to raise concern about it. It tells you who he was, that he will speak through to power for the purposes of getting development for his people. He never discriminated. And that was why, even though people may say that, okay, a particular area is not a stronghold of one particular party, when he saw that the president was doing so well there, he could give his seat, his stool, for him to sit on that day when we visited the palace. So if today he is passed on to join the ancestors, we can only say that Damri Fedi Nana. And to the maker of the statement, we thank you for bringing this and for stating even more facts about this great chief that some of us didn't know about. Truly, he served his people well and deserved the recognition from this house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me come to Manson Kwanta. Are you also a Asuna member?
Palmo Chief is also an Asuna.
Okay. Very well.
The maker of the speaker, to make of the statement, big mention of him. Nana Bikusi Apia of Mazunga.
So let's hear you.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to you for giving opportunity to contribute to this important statement made by my colleague, Dr. Opoku. Indeed, Africa, Ghana, Asante, we have a lot to share when it comes to culture. Our cultural practices train us to be entrepreneurs, to be leaders, to be hardworking, respectful, humble, and carry on our activities. When you listen to the statement made by my friend, Dr. Opoku, concerning the time of Nana Yafi Akente, you notice that the man was well trained to be an entrepreneur, to be a leader who offered a very good service to his people. Nana Yafi Akente, as an entrepreneur, was a person who was amazing, later on became a timber merchant, and followed his uncle, who trained him to be a hard-working person, and later on ascend to the throne of Offenso. Mr. Speaker, when you listen to this statement, and you look at the culture of Ghana, particularly in the Akan areas, you will notice that we provide leadership in terms of political leadership, where our chiefs are endowed with such wisdom that they guide their people in terms of peaceful coexistence, where you hear that in the political system of the Ashantis and Akans, you was mentioning something like the chief of Oche Man. You look at Manso Panta Mahine, the Ajosu Mahine, the Reposo Mahine. That tells you that there's a form of federalism or unionism where chiefs come together to settle matters and ensure peace among their people. They ensure friendliness among their people. They contribute towards the economic development of their people. And that tells you that Africa has a lot to share. And I can say a lot of things were learned from us when the white faces us. They also learn something from us. So what are we doing as people when we come to Ghana, we come to Africa, and then we talk about governance, and we are not documenting all these things to tell our youth that in the old days, our forefathers, they lived peacefully in the political system. They were able to establish legislature whereby they build laws for the people, and when anything goes wrong, the chief will sit in seat and make sure that they settle these matters amicably. They offered judicial service where people were actually endowed with wisdom to carry on arbitration, to bring peace to the people, to go on about their activities in a peaceful way and ensure their security and well-being. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, they were philanthropists because Nana, as we heard, was able to organize his people to form an association where they contribute towards their education, they contribute to the needs of their children in terms of schooling and paying their school fees. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, when we talk about the issues of the past, our people were able to organize themselves into farming, and in the form of farming, they were able to raise themselves through the process of their farm to take care of their people. This was an innovation, entrepreneurial way of doing things. And you listen to the statement when Nana instituted the Mondinko Festival, that also was an innovation who bring people together, people from all walks of life, to celebrate the day, to ensure that they remember their past, and through that they position their towns to move forward economically, to bring development to their people. And one important thing that I'll mention about Nana was the attitude, concern, the ableness that Nana was able to ensure that Galamsey, which was destroying a lot of land, our water bodies and forests, Nana made sure that these activities were brought under control. Even though gold can be seen in the Ofen River, Nana protected the water bodies to ensure that the Balkasi Dam, which was the main source of water for the people of Kumasi, was protected. These are people that we have to emulate from them the rich experience that they are bequeathing to us. So on this note, Nana is bequeathing to his people through his leadership a protected landscape, a protected water bodies, protected forests and land. That means that whoever is going to take him from Nana will also ensure that his people will live by that accolade and ensure peaceful coexistence among them and all their siblings. ensure that the legacy of Nana Yafia Kenten will live on for us to learn from it. And I'll end by saying that it is time for Africa to learn from our leaders and document all our cultures, all the activities of past great people, and then make the youth to learn from them, so that in future Africa will be autonomous as we are craving for. We will be independent economically, we will be independent politically, and live on in peaceful manner. I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Let me come to Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I was. Oh, someone wanted to say something.
Somebody wanted.
You wanted to speak to them?
Yes.
So are you minded to allow
our sister?
Very well. So, Honorable Member for Colette Crotty.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the Honourable Member. And mine is only to say a few words. First of all, the fact that we are honouring a chief on the floor of Parliament is a testament to the legacy that he left behind. But the very fact that our Constitution recognizes the chieftaincy system, the fact that there's actually a ministry that is meant to oversee this particular institution, points to the fact that it is not a ceremonial institution, points to the fact that it's still very much alive and a part of our culture and our traditions. Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, as we celebrate the life and the legacy of such a chief, we must be reminded of the importance of the non-interference of politicians in the chieftaincy system. Too many times we find that across the country we have disputes within the chieftaincy system, and when a little bit of investigation is done, it's found that there is always some kind of a political twist to some of the chieftaincy disputes that we see across the country. Mr. Speaker, if the chieftaincy system in Ghana is meant to be complementary to that of our governments in place, of the national governance system, then we must allow the chiefs the room to actually operate without so much political interference. As we look across the various traditional areas, of which mine is not exempt, the repeated political interference within the chieftaincy system is causing a lot of disunity, is causing a lot of unrest. And so if today we are celebrating the life of such an amazing traditional leader, let it remind us of the value of allowing those institutions to exist with a level of integrity that will allow them to be a sort of a check on the government, where they can raise issues with regards to their people's plight without necessarily being viewed as partisan, in spite of whatever their allegiances may be. And so on this occasion, as we pay tribute to this chief and we wish the family well, we also pray that it serves as a reminder to respect that institution, and for the institution itself, as we have our traditional leaders, to take advantage of this opportunity that they have, the official recognition in front of before the Constitution, to actually play their role to represent their people, to maintain law and order at their level as a complementary effort to what the government does. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Let me now come to Honorable Member for Aswansi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I didn't contribute to this tribute, I'm sure the first Deputy Speaker will have organized a press conference to expose me. So it is in my own interest to eulogize a great king that's very accommodative. Mr. Speaker, I have known Nana Yafia Kenten for over 15 years. I knew him at a distance until I wanted a piece of land to cultivate cocoa. And as you may know, the difficulty in getting large tract of land for farming within Asante region, especially not far away from Kumasi. And I had to go through the Nkontakese Hene to Nana Wiafia Kenten. And graciously, they managed to get me the current 130-acre cocoa farm that I own in that area. Since then, I've visited him annually. Every year, either before Christmas or after Christmas or early New Year, I'll visit him. Until COVID came. So unfortunately, 2020 and 2021, I couldn't visit. And the last time he called and said, as brutal as he is, Frank, hey, and you want to go over COVID, Hona, Kakao Luba Muhammad, Wajai Haba. To wait. Hey, you are taking advantage of COVID. And the little that you come and give me, you are refusing to come and see me. And we laughed over it. And I promised that Nana will surely come. Unfortunately, I've not been able to visit him until his demise. Mr. Speaker, not to repeat a lot that has been said about him. This was a king that I later turned him to be like a father because of his advice to those of us who were in politics. Each time I visited him, if you didn't have time, don't visit Nana, because he will take you through lessons of history, things that have happened in our country, try to even explain sometimes things that are happening today that you may not know the genesis and how they all start or how they started. And I remember very vividly this why he had followed his uncle, and people were saying that, oh, the uncle has trained him. In fact, the uncle was in exile because of heavy politicking. When government changed, they were virtually harassed, and the uncle has to leave. They have to virtually sneak out of this country. And he was a very dedicated nephew to his uncle, and he would just not let his uncle go alone. And I remember he would tell me, so sometimes when you see people are great, or today people are being respected, or people are being feared, it is because of the service that they have provided. And he will tell me that it is not for nothing that when he was to inherit his uncle, it was like a unanimous thing, because everyone who knew his uncle, it was not possible for you to know his uncle without knowing him, because of the dedication and service that he rendered to his late uncle. And was encouraging me that, look, it pays to serve. You can only be served when you have dedicated time to serve others. That's the only time that others will serve you. And this was a very great king with a lot of wisdom. The Speaker, I must admit, he was very strategic in his effort to get his area developed. And the usual thing that you get a lot of our chiefs to do, we are party A. So if party B is there, they even close their mind and will not even make the effort to reach out. No, not Nana. Nana didn't bother whether you were NDC or MPP or whatever. Once there's something that he can use you to get, especially to his people, Nana will pursue it. And I remember very well that when NDC was in power and the official township rules had to be done. And people were to it, oh, now that Nana has gone to join the NDC, that's why they are doing this to him. So, well, I'm fighting to get my place developed. And you are talking about partisanship. He wouldn't just mind. He would just not mind. I remember very well, Mr. Speaker, when the contract was awarded for Kumasi-Tachima Highway. The contractor, I don't remember where we buy it. I think it's MSF or something. They have to, have a very large chunk of land as their yard, as you may know. So they set up the yard at the Kenkianso. And when they completed, and they now have to hand over this yard to the ministry, a lot of agencies were fighting for it. I remember Ministry for Tourism, the Tourism Authority wanted it, the Nursing Training School wanted it, and I remember my colleague, Honorable Collinson team, was then were on the health committee together, and that time was a deputy ranking for the health committee. Before I realized, even though I will not say a lot of the unconventional things that he did, somersaulted the money to get Nana to give this for the ambulance service. And we were all happy that it was going for the ambulance training. And I remember very well that the National Health Insurance Authority had to even pay the few compensations and other things just to get it formalized and handed over to the National Ambulance Service. Mr. Speaker, this wouldn't have been possible without the tacit effort of Nana Yahya Kenten III. He was really, really development oriented, and I must say we've lost a great king. It may be very difficult to get a replica, but it is our hope that whoever may be taking over from him may learn from him. Because if you look at the number of years that he has done, yes, you say 28 years is a long period, but if you go to the Officeman traditional area and compare the 28 years that he has done and the number of things that have stood in his name or through his effort are standing within the traditional area, you marvel that others have done more than 40 years in their traditional area. They don't have a quarter of what he's showing to show to their people. And Mr. Speaker, let's not discount this. Very significant that it is one of the traditional areas in Asantewman that there's not a single galamsey site. Single galamsey site. Not because there are no gold, there are no gold deposits there. But this was an Anumahini who stood his ground. And yes, money is sweet, but he would not allow the environment to be degraded simply because people want to exploit the minerals within his traditional area and then mess everything up. So you go to that traditional area, a lot of us who are farming in that area, cocoa, cashew, and what have you, that he willingly, he was willing to give me 200 acres to do maize. He will tell you, if you want to do A, I'll get you B. But if you want to exploit and destroy the environment, no, you can't get Nana to give you that. And I want to urge a lot of our landowners and chiefs to emulate a king like Nana Yahya III, that he had lived a very exemplary life. And truly, truly, he deserved this statement that is being made on the floor of Parliament, because he did not put himself ahead of his people. He did not put the land to be destroyed in the name of money. He did serve with dignity. And truly, truly, Nana has done his very best. It is my prayer that as we eulogize him today, when the funeral is in, we'll find time to fully be represented as a house, to make sure that when people are doing the right thing, we project that, as against those who think that they can just do any dubious thing, make money, and then life is as usual, everybody will be treated equally. When people live such an exemplary life, we need to really show that what they've done is appreciated by the state. That's the only way you can encourage others to do it. But if it is just life as usual, whether you are a crook, whether you are the type that really serve dedicatedly, once we die, that's it. I don't think we'll encourage our citizens to be doing the best that they could for their people, for their community. And for Nana, I must say he's really served with a lot of pride. He's done his very best for his people, and for people like us, like me, who through him have a place where today we can apply our business, have our cattle, have our farm, and be able to also support the food production and other things that are being done in our country. We thank him sincerely, because if he had denied us the opportunity, I don't think we would have been able to do what we've done. So, Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I want to say that a giant has fallen, a big oak tree has fallen, and we wish the whole of Asante well. We pray that during his funeral there will be no any incident. It will be peaceful, and his replacement will be a great person that, if not at least be able to do better than him, will try to match the good works that he has done. Nana Demifredwe, Nantier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I saw the member for offensive of rushing him. I don't know who hinted him that the tribute was being read. I think I have to give him the opportunity, else his members will not forgive him. So, honorable member, let's hear you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for indulging me. Indeed, I really want to appreciate Honorable Butaka. I was just in the ministry in the meeting when he called that there's a tribute going on, so I had to suspend. And I really thank you for indulging me. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank my brother and colleague, the Member of Parliament for Finso South, for coming out with a statement just to eulogize an icon of Offenso Man, an icon of Asante Man, and a true icon of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I happen to come face to face with the Oman Nana Biafra Kenten, the third, in 2005, when I was appointed as a young man, a chief executive for Offenso traditional area in 2005. Indeed, through that interactions, I realized that Nana Biafra Kenten is certainly an embodiment of tradition. It's an embodiment of culture. It's someone who also is so much desirous to see development to any of the communities within the Offenso. And one of the things that he used to tell me is that when we're talking about Offenso, it stretches from Ano to Tuasi down through to Abofo and Akumadan Taikoyim. And for that matter, all he needs from us as a rep, a government rep, district chief executive, MPs, is to see development. And it is that which will acknowledge what he wants to leave as a legacy to Offenso Man, such that in the times when he's no longer a chief, or when he passes on as it's happening, then the kind of things that we do in terms of development, that is what is going to be remembered for. And I must say that through my relationship with him as traditional authority, the Oman Offenso, there are so many projects that we brought on board in Offenso. The first time I went to the traditional council and all what he said was that, Intim, you say you want to be a district chief executive. What is it that you want to achieve Offenso? Tell me, what is it? And I said three things. What I told Nana was that, Nana, when we talk about a district chief executive, the normal things that you are supposed to do in terms of development and all that, I want to do that. But beyond that, the three critical things that I want to bequeath onto Offenso is to ensure that Offenso traditional area is divided into two. It has one district, two constituencies in one district. And I indicated to the Mahins that our system of governance, funds are located not based on constituencies, but through districts. So that when we have a district with two constituencies, the chances are that they are not adequately resourced. So at the end of my tenure, I want to make sure that the district is divided into, the two constituencies within the district is divided into Offenso North and then elevation of Offenso South as a municipality, which I did. Then I said that when we talk about Offenso, the critical thing you can recognize, Offenso has to do with our cocoa. Offenso used to be one of the richest districts in terms of cocoa productions in the 60s and 80s. When you see the beautiful buildings in Ashton and all that, they were all built by the farmers, the cocoa farmers. So I indicated to them that because of the advent of the 1983 bushfires that has come to destroy all that, as a young chief executive, what I want to do is that I'm going to revamp that cocoa industry. And indeed, it's something which I did, and then that has also propelled me to the level that I am now. Mr. Speaker, one critical thing I did, indicated to him, which he loved so much, is that I told him that within the 4 years, I'm also going to ensure that when the Offenso North is developed into a district, by the year 2025, I'll work to ensure that whatever things that's found in the Offenso municipality, the same thing will be developed in Offenso North. And I am happy to note that with the support of the Offenso, Nana Yafia content and all that, all the things that were in Offenso North, for example, we used to have 4 senior high schools. Only one was in Offenso North. As we speak, we now have 4 senior high schools in Offenso North, and then Offenso Municipal has 3. Mr. Speaker, the good thing that I did in honor of my hero was to develop a school and then name it after Offenso Nana Yafia Kente. So as we speak now, we've worked to establish a senior high school that has been named after Nana Yafia Kente. And I am so happy that most of the things that we discuss in terms of development, with his support and the support of the kinsmen and all the committees around that, we've managed to achieve that. As the Honorable Mutaka said, one thing which I so much cherish about the Nana Yafia Kente has to do with the fact that he's the only traditional authority, a leader within the Ashanti and most paramountcies that came out that he's not going to allow anybody to mine or even prospect the gold. He doesn't want a situation whereby the river bodies within the traditional areas are going to be destroyed by Galamsey. And because he stood to his feet, when you consider the length and the breadth of the Ofin River, it is only the sediments of Ofin River that passes through Epija and Ofin that has not been adulterated through Galamsey. And it's something that I think it should be remembered for. And it is consistent with the vision of His Excellency trying to protect the heritage that's won by us. And it's a good thing that he did. And I want to pray that that exemplary leadership played by the Offenso Traditional Council led by the Nana Yafia Kente, that no, it's not going to allow a Galamsey in the district. It should be emulated by a number of the traditional areas. If the traditional area partners with the government, there's no way we'll not be able to protect our environment. There's no way we'll not be able to protect our water bodies. And I really respect him in that respect. But, Mr. Speaker, Ashantiman has really lost an icon. Offensoman has really lost an icon, and Ghana has lost an icon. And I, particular, have also lost a great man, a councillor, somebody I take a lot of advice and inspiration from him, and he will really be remembered for that. I thank you for the opportunity given me to elogize the Omaihene Nana Yafia Kente, the disease. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, do you want to say something? Well. As a member of Asuna clan, I know Offenso is one of the key stools of Asuna clan. Like what my honorable member for Abuakwa South said, Offenso, Edwiso, and Chebi are all Asuna clan stools. Incidentally, they all migrated from Adanse, including other stools like Oyokwo, Bretu, and the rest. Most of the clans migrated from Adanse. My personal encounter with Nana Offenso, Wiafia Kenten III, established one thing: humility of leadership. He's so humble and prepared to receive anyone who comes to him. I also know that he is a lover of hymns and choral music. And as such, he was a patron to so many choirs, including one of the choir I was a member. So we pray that the good Lord may grant him a smooth passage to his kingdom. Can we rise and give him 1 minute silence of respect? May the soul of Nana Wiafia Kenten III and all the souls of the departed faithful grant in perfect peace. Amen. We move to the second statement, and that statement stands in the name of a member for Pristia Hunivari, Honorable Robert Wisdom Kuju, on the update of Apiase explosion disaster. Honorable Member, you may now read your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving another Asuna clan member the opportunity to present this statement. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make this statement and to give updates on the deadly disaster which befell on the nation on Thursday, 20th January 2022, which still remain a mystery that I'm unable to bear, as well as the surviving victims. I refer to this day as Black Thursday for the good people of Christian Mudivari, and for that matter, Apiate people in the Western region. Mr. Speaker, when the incident occurred, there has been a number of statements, press conferences, among others, views and theories. As a result of that, the Western Regional Parliamentary Caucus of the National Democratic Congress paid a visit to the disaster site on Saturday, 29th January 2022, to get a fair first-hand information on the incident. The caucus was led by our chairman, Honorable Emmanuel Amabua Kofi, to meet the local committee which briefed us of the situation. The caucus were first taken to the incident site and later paid a courtesy call on Nana Kudu Ata Brepe II, the overlord of Bepo traditional area. Mr. Speaker, the caucus later addressed the local committee and the victims at the temporary settlement site. The caucus also donated food items, sanitary clothing to the victims. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to also update this August House the current happening as at the time the caucus visited the site. The people who have passed on stood at 13 when we visited the place. There were 13 injured persons at various hospitals at Bogoso, Takwa, Isian Kwanta, Wasekropon, Konfanochi, and Kolebu. The total number of persons at resettlement camp according to the local committee, stood at 857. But people were still counting victims, which could rise to over 1,000 people. The victims were moved to the resettlement site on 27th January 2022. The total number of tents, as at the time we visited the site, was 29. And the average number of persons per tent was 13 at the time. The camp is being managed by the local committee headed by the MCE, who is the chairman of the local committee. Mr. Speaker, the victims who have been resettled and camp at the tent prepare their own food. Mr. Speaker, the situation about the total number of people in the tent is still not the best. Just this Valentine's Day, that is Monday, 14th February, I decided to celebrate the Valentine week, the victims. And I was taken around to inspect the tents again. Some of the tents have as many as 21, 24 people in one tent. But more important issue is about in the process of enjoying our chocolates and biscuits, the rain started. And within 15 or 20 minutes time after the rains, I was taken back to inspect the tent. And Mr. Speaker, I realized that some of them have their items and the mattresses wet, which means water can easily seep through the tent and destroy their things. My issue here is that the rain pattern in western region. It will soon start maybe by March, and I believe these people cannot continue to stay in this tent throughout the year. I believe that with the promises from other corporate institutions, the government, and then the fine slap on the company, that is Maxim Company Limited, I think we can put up permanent structures for these people within a year. Mr. Speaker, on 26th of January 2022, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources launched a Piety Fund to be managed by a 5-member committee, which is chaired by one of our illustrious stateswomen, Reverend Dr. Joyce Ai, the founder of Salt and Light Ministry, and also a former Chief Executive Officer of Ghana Chamber of Mines. I commend the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, and for that matter, the government, for the swift and proactive intervention. But just to note that the overlords of Apieti, that is Wasap Fiasi Traditional Council, Christian Universal Constituency, the Port Divisional Traditional Council, have no representation on the above committee. I therefore urge the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources to revise the membership of the committee to bring at least a member from the traditional area. Mr. Speaker, as the government, corporate Ghana, and individuals are making frantic efforts to support the victims of Apieti to resettle, my observation as Member of Parliament for the area indicate that Mazam Ghana Company Limited, which caused the explosion, is conspicuously missing in the action with regard to management and support to the victims. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, a press release by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources on 7th February 2022 indicates that the government has imposed a fine of 6 million Ghana cedis, $6 million US dollars, or equivalent at the prevailing commercial rate on Mazam Company Limited for regulatory breaches. I have no doubt whatsoever that in the computation of the fines, the rebuilding of Apieti, compensation to victims, and restitution of all lost properties were taken into consideration. Mr. Speaker, I want also to take this opportunity to call or to draw the attention of Ghana Police Service to its press statement dated 21st January 2022, when the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, visited the disaster site to effect that the driver of the escort vehicle assisted the community members to move children of Apieti Basic School to a safe zone is inaccurate. It must be stated that there is no existing school at Apieti per Ghana Education Service records, and the escort driver couldn't have vacated school children in the community. As a representative of the people in that area, I wish to urge the police administration to retract and render unqualified apology to the chief and the good people of Christian River, for that matter, the victims of Apieti disaster. On this note, I wish to thank the government, corporate Ghana, and individuals who, out of their own sympathetic hearts, rushed to offer support to the hundreds of victims, and also appeal to other organizations to come to the aid of the victims of Apieti. I also want to remind the government to honor its promise and speed up the process to putting up decent houses for the victims who have been rendered homeless. Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, we wish healing to the victims who suffered various degrees of injuries, and may the souls of the departed rest in the bosom of the Lord until the last day of the resurrection, when we shall meet again. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the House for your attention.
Very well. Appears. Yes. Honorable Member for Amanfi West. Yes. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute my quota to the statement fantastically made by the Honorable Member, Honorable Wisdom Kujo. Mr. Speaker, let me commend him again for his timeous intervention when the calamity broke up at that fateful Black Thursday. He said that the Western Region Caucus, we made a visit. When we went there, we heard from the people that the Member of Parliament did so well. He is the first stakeholder who appeared at the scene when the accident happened to help in the removal of the debris from the highway for the road users to have access to wherever they were going. Mr. Speaker, according to the maker of the statement, the government has made a lot of interventions. To me, the chief of them, one is the resettlement of the affected people. As we speak now, about 1,000 people are affected. They are displaced. And two, the government has set 2 committees to look into the management of the calamity. Mr. Speaker, one thing I want to bring to the fore, to the House, to everybody in this country, that this is a national disaster. And I repeat myself, this is a national disaster. And I appeal the government not to indulge in politics with the management of the calamity. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, there have been 2 committees set by the government. The Member of Parliament is one of the major stakeholders in the constituency and in the municipality where people are affected. The 2 committees, the Member of Parliament is not part, neither a rep from the office of the Member of Parliament. Please, I will plead again that the government looks into this very well. Mr. Speaker, once again, the maker of the statement said that currently we don't have a basic school at Apiesi. I recommend to the government, as a matter of agency, to have an emergency basic school there to take care of that problem. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, let him come to Saraga West.
Saraga South, Mr.
Saraga
Speaker.
South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And I'll just spend a minute to also express my condolences to the victims and their families, and welcome the statement by my colleague, the MP for the area, Honorable Robert Kujo. The statement has indeed provided some updates to us on the developments in Apieti since the unfortunate accident. Mr. Speaker, I want to laud my colleague, Honorable Robert Kujo, for being on top of the developments in Apieti since its occurrence. He's clearly demonstrated that as the representative of the people, he is working for their interest, and so at every turn, he is involved with what is going on. He mentioned spending Valentine's Day with the victims of the accident. I think that is something that we need to commend him for, and hoping that all of us will imbibe some of these attributes. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of Apieti, we will also want to state government's effort at resettling and rebuilding the community of Apieti. It was very refreshing hearing the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, giving directives that the fine that had been imposed on Maxam Ghana Limited should be used for the reconstruction of the Apieti community. That, I think the President has to be lauded for. But in saying that, Mr. Speaker, a week before that directive from the President, I followed discussions on the setting up of the Apieti Relief Fund. And Ghanaians made a certain clarion call on government. And I think for all intents and purposes, that call goes beyond the issues of Apieti. And what did Ghanaians say, Mr. Speaker? When the minister, the sector minister, announced the formation or establishment of the fund, it became a topical issue for discussion. And on a Joy FM program, I followed the discussions thoroughly. Many Ghanaians phoned into the program, sympathized with the people of Apieti, sympathized with the government, but they asked for one thing. They were unwilling to contribute to the fund because, according to all these scholars, when COVID struck and we were called upon to make similar contributions, we now asked for the COVID funds to be accounted to us, and we were told that they could not account to us. So people asked, what if we put our money in this fund and tomorrow it is not accounted for? Mr. Speaker, the reason I make this point is that as leaders of our people, we need to understand that whatever we do today becomes the reference point for what we may want to do tomorrow. Probably at the time government was refusing to account for the COVID fund, they didn't know that Apieti would strike. And Ghanaians made it very loud and clear that they are unwilling to keep putting money into efforts that they cannot ask questions about. I hope government heard, and government will take steps to set aside some of these perceptions so we can move together as a nation. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement mentioned the current situation, which includes housing the people in tents. I mean, all of us know that tents, by their very nature, are very temporal housing facilities. But when you think about the impending rainy season, which is set to begin any time from now, I think it poses a little bit of a worrying problem. And I will want to add my voice to urge government to speed up with the effort to find permanent housing for the people of Apieti so that they are not needlessly exposed to the vagaries of the weather. Mr. Speaker, I also think that the sector minister and his team did a good job by speeding up the investigation, making sure that those who were involved were called to account. I hope corporate Ghana is listening. That corporate institutions should know that when they break the law will come after them. And the law will be there to take care of the vulnerable. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you for the opportunity and to commend my colleague highly for the update on the Apieti situation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. This is the last statement, the last contributor. Yes, let's hear you. Honorable
Honorable Kofi Akunoku, Right Honorable Speaker.
Very well.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this wonderful statement. I must begin by sympathizing with the people of Apieti, the chiefs, the elders, and the whole township. Mr. Speaker, I happened to be with a group, the Western Caucus, that visited the community. And I must say that seeing it on the news and then vis-a-vis on the ground was another thing altogether. Mr. Speaker, this was a scary thing. But then, it is a lesson that we must learn as a country, that all measures must be put in place to ensure that such a disaster never happens in the history of this country or the entire world. Mr. Speaker, I must begin by commending the chiefs, the MCE, and the leaders. One thing I observed during our visit was the unity of purpose, something that I admired so much. Because, Mr. Speaker, we know what happens at other areas. So, we must begin by commending them for the unity with which they are carrying out whatever they need to do to ensure that the people of Apieti are sorted out in terms of accommodation, in terms of everything. I wish to also add my voice to the maker of the speaker by commending corporate bodies and Ghanaians in general for the benevolence, the speed at which donations were made. Mr. Speaker, at sight, I was marveled at the donations that had come from all over the country. It is something that we must continue to do, because it is something that reflects the friendship, the friendliness, the oneness as Ghanaians. And it is something we must stick to. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the speaker drew our attention to the current state of affairs at the camp. This is a situation where we have people of 20, 30, 40 people in a tent. And, Mr. Speaker, we know that the Western region is a place that when the rain starts to come in, it rains heavily. My worry is that if measures are not put in place, if the promise of resettling these people, the promise of putting up accommodations are not pursued, and the rains set in, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine the difficulties, the problems, the hardship these our fellow Ghanaians will go through. Mr. Speaker, aside, I observed one thing, that there is a need for the people to have access to psychological support. So I think the government, as much as we consider medical welfare, medical support for the people, Mr. Speaker, there's the need to get a psychologist aside to help the people to overcome the trauma and the difficult time that they are going through. Mr. Speaker, I wish to end my conclusion. I wish to conclude by again commending corporate bodies and everyone that went to support our brothers. Our prayers are with them, and we continue to echo to the government that the pledges made to put in measures to ensure that our brothers are not left or forgotten. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we lose the steam, if the attention is taken away from these people, the hardship that they will go through will be a problem. So I believe that the support must go on to ensure that they get a second chance at life. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, we are moving to the third statement. And that statement stands in the name of Honourable Member for Kumbugu, Honourable Dr. Hamza Adam. And the statement is on unpacking the facts of UTAC 2022 transaction, the way forward. Yes, Honourable Member.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement which is a matter of concern to every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, the University Teachers Association of Ghana on January 10, 2022 declared an indefinite strike action to demand for better conditions of service. The current strike is one of the series of strikes UTAC has embarked on in recent times to seek for improved conditions of service. Mr. Speaker, it is reported that UTAC entered into negotiations with government to resolve salary anomalies as far back in 2019, when UTAC submitted a conditions of service document containing a number of proposals to the government for consideration. According to UTAC, government exhibited lack of commitment to the negotiations on the proposal made, thereby compelling the association to declare an indefinite strike action in August 2021. Mr. Speaker, the strike action was later suspended upon several meetings and promises by the government to resolving the issues. UTAC and the government, after determining the rules of engagement, went into a one-month negotiations. The items listed for the negotiations included the market premium. According to UTAC, the basic salary was not negotiated because government indicated that it was only the standing joint tripartite committee that could negotiate basic salaries for the public sector workers, which a 7% increase was already determined by the said committee. Mr. Speaker, according to UTAC, government again indicated that the labor market survey was to be completed by October 2021 for the determination of market premium for implementation in January 2022. Therefore, UTAC agreed with the hope that the market premium was to be determined and implemented by the said date. However, UTAC realized that the labor market survey, which is supposed to be a panacea, delayed, and for that reason, determination and implementation of the market premium in January 2022 was not feasible. To this end, UTAC in December 2021 informed government to restore the interim market premium of 114% of current basic salary. This is based on the argument that the interim market premium, which is 114% of the 2012 basic salary, has deteriorated over the years to only 52% of the current basic salary. In other words, UTAC is only asking government to pay the difference of 62% of current basic salary to make up for the 114%. According to UTAC, failure of government to adhere to their appeal compelled them to embark on the current strike action. Mr. Speaker, UTAC strike is of great concern to many due to its enormous negative effects on students, parents, and other stakeholders. Some negative repercussions from the UTAC strike include: it has brought academic activities to a halt over the last 4 weeks and now in the 5th week, which is likely to affect quality of teaching and learning. There is wastage of resources and time, since students have already reported to schools and paid for accommodation and facility user fees, which are time-bound. It is also likely to lead to psychological trauma among some students, especially the fresh ones, since university environment may look strange to them. It may also plunge some students into immoral activities such as cyber crimes, sexual immorality, excessive drinking of alcohol, among others. Indeed, these effects of strike by university academics are well documented in the literature. For example, EGU 2018 summarizes the effects of university strike actions as: 1. It affects students' performance in examinations and facilitates examination practices. 2. It destabilizes the school program and its operations, which lead to production of half-baked university graduates. 3. It decreases research and innovation in tertiary institutions and also leads to low staff output. Mr. Speaker, following the negative effects of the current strike action is having on the citizenry, it is necessary government takes the following steps to urgently end the UTAC strike and to allow restoration of academic work as soon as possible. 1. Government must do all it can to pay the lecturers in the interim, which will at least restore them to the 114% that they are demanding. This will surely bring our lecturers back to the lecture theatres for academic work to resume. After payment of the 62%, as a stopgap measure, it is important for government to expedite action on the determination of market premium for deserving critical skills in the public sector as identified in 2029 Labour Market Survey and development of guidelines for implementation of market premiums. 3. Government must work with UTAC to develop a roadmap suitable for both parties for the restoration of the entry-level salaries of lecturers, which was Ghana cedi equivalent of $2,084 per month in 2012, which has since deteriorated to less than the Ghana cedi equivalent of $1,000 per month. 4. As recommended in 2013 white paper, the current and future governments must ensure that the labor market surveys are conducted every 5 years. Market premiums for critical skills in the public sector determined and guidelines developed for implementation. Government needs to demonstrate commitment to this agreement in order to bring lasting solution to UTAC labor and salary concerns. And then finally, government should in the medium term consider a holistic review of public sector salaries, especially the single spine salary structure which has been operating for more than 10 years now. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I am calling on government to take urgent steps to end the ongoing UTAC strike action in order not to further disrupt the academic calendar, which has already been badly affected by COVID-19. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make the statement.
Honorable Minister, I'll give you the opportunity. So let me hear other members before I come to you. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kiria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by our honorable member. It is important to recognize that our universities have not closed, but our students are not learning. And in the circumstances in which we find them, as I alluded to it, some have come home and other things are happening as he has ably articulated this afternoon. Indeed, our university faculty members should be paid well so that they are not distracted. Generally, the university faculty member is supposed to teach courses. He's also supposed to engage in research and furthermore to engage in community service. The efforts in these areas require total concentration in making sure that our universities are ranked among other universities globally, and that if all they are doing is just repeating the same information, it means our universities don't have what it takes to compete in the global marketplace, and therefore it has some devalue to our graduates from our universities. And when there is ranking in West Africa, in Africa, or globally, you find that our universities are behind. So really, if they get the critical resources that are necessary for them to function, it is key for them to also do their work well and be able to propel this country. About 400 years ago, Europe was dirty. They were not successful in anything. There were so many poor people. It took education to transform that society. And that came with research. The Renaissance all came with research. And so to say that our university teachers are sitting at home, our children are on the campuses, they are not sure of what they are doing, is really not the best situation. And therefore, the negotiated things that they need should be available to them. They have touched on the issue of allowances, market premium, policy on payroll, probably thinking around the fact that if possible to get them off the single spine and have them to participate in another payroll system so that it will near to their advantage. The issue of book allowance has come up many, many times. And as soon as you touch on the issue of book allowance, then the issue of research allowance is also a factor. So the key players in this area should continue to engage so that these issues do not continue to plague our system. It appears there's never an ending to the crisis that creates. And as a result, they resort to the courts. But we do know they go to the courts, and if the court has ruled that they should go back to the classroom, they can go today, and tomorrow they call another strike. So essentially, it doesn't actually end the case. And our appeal to the ministers of education, the Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, and key members of the sector, so that there can be negotiated understanding in which parties are respected and all of them coming together to really come with a result-oriented effort so that they can do so well in that. As it stands, yes, our children are on the campuses. They have gone there as freshmen and freshwomen at all levels. And they are on the campus for 3-4 weeks. What are they doing? The devil finds work for an idle hand. Also, even those who decide to go home, some are coming from as far as Gaboso, going to UDS. And now they have to be transported back. And whenever school is going to start, they have to go again. For some people, it took various members of the community to contribute money so that this first person in the family could enter a university. All of a sudden, he goes and must come back home because they are not doing anything. So the effect of this is so tragic, and that we should not have these situations continuously recurring. And in the short term, we hope that this industrial unrest generally will be addressed by the government and all the ministers involved in those sectors, so that it will show a sign of a sustainable country, peaceful country, and not one that there are all these chaotic things going on and can actually drive away investors. So my point here is, it has been a good effort to portray that the government should stay ahead of this game, so that the children, our next generation, learning from us, could actually get the required skills and competencies critical for their well-being, but also for the university teachers to get the comfort and the critical resources that will enable them to continue their work. Therefore, the key parties should continue to engage, even as the Committee on Education and other committees critical to that could assist and support, so that our universities become institutions of outstanding excellence, and that we can compete in the global marketplace. With these words, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Yes, let me invite member for Damango.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. Mr. Speaker, firstly, I believe that all of us in this House ought and are concerned about the education of our children, and therefore, when there is a strike of this nature, we all will be concerned. And to that extent, to have brought the matter to the floor for discussion, Mr. Speaker, and for contribution is commendable. But, Mr. Speaker, a careful examination of the statement will reveal that my colleague friend, the honorable member, sought to give a rendition of the facts leading to this unfortunate strike action, and in his mind, the issues involved in the strike action. Mr. Speaker, it is needless to point out that the provisions of our standing orders as they relate to statements is that they ought not to generate debate or disputation. Mr. Speaker, I have taken a very careful look and examination of the statement made, and as I say, the facts rendered by my honorable colleague, and clearly some of the representations made as to what should be the cause of this strike are totally matters that can be disputed. But Mr. Speaker, that is not exactly the point I want to make. The point I want to make is that matters of this nature ought not to be reduced to the usual everyday partisanship. Mr. Speaker, it should not be. It should not be reduced to the usual everyday partisanship, because, Mr. Speaker, if I was to go into the history of the University Teachers Association of Ghana and the genesis of their welfare and issues of their conditions of service, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot to say about it. From President Kufuor's time, when the salary of teachers
was migrated from the stage at which it was to where President Kufuor took it to. Indeed, that was the first time in the history of our country when university teachers were retained in the university to teach. A lot of them were leaving our shores, leaving our country to other African countries to teach because the condition of service of teachers in the university was woefully inadequate. So, Speaker, through the issues of the allowances, car allowances, and several other allowances, the effort to upgrade the condition of service of teachers in the university began from President Kufuor's time. And in this government of President Akufo-Addo, from the first term to this term, Mr. Speaker, the effort that has been made by the government to upgrade the conditions of service of university teachers is enormous. And Mr. Speaker, just as I pointed out, and I point out specifically to Order 70 of the standing orders of this House, Mr. Speaker, to make the point that to the extent...
Honorable, hold on. Yes, Honorable Member for Tamale North. What is it? Sammy?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague in his submission made reference, without quoting the specific portion, to the standing orders that says that a member statement should not generate debate. Mr. Speaker, even though it's been a long-standing practice of this House, I wish to contest the claim that the statement should not provoke debate. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 7, Order 72. Order 72 says, a Minister of State may make an announcement or a statement of government policy. Any such announcement or statement should be limited to facts, which is deemed necessary to make known to the House, and should not be designed to provoke debate. At this stage, any member may comment briefly, subject to the same limitation. So 72 is in reference to a Minister of State making an announcement or a statement of government policy where it is clearly stated that it should not provoke debate. Mr. Speaker, 72, however, Order 72, however, states that by the indulgence of the House and leave of Mr. Speaker, a member may, at a time appointed for statements under Order 53, explain a matter of personal nature or make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance. Any statement other than a personal statement may be commented upon by the members for a limited duration of time not exceeding 1 hour. The terms of any such proposed statement shall first be submitted to Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Order 72 is silent on whether a statement can generate debate or not. I submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
So, Honorable Sunini, I'm not clear about what you want to achieve with your intervention. I'm a bit taken.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am contesting the claim that the honourable member's statement shouldn't have provoked a debate. He is free to debate if he thinks that there is some issue to be debated as far as the statement is concerned, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Well, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes, move on.
I'll move on, except to say that I have taken note of this observation myself. And Mr. Speaker, since my colleague, out of political expediency and convenience, want to jettison the practice of this, let's jettison and debate the matter. Mr. Speaker, the debate will put this House in good stead. Because as I said...
Honourable Member, don't get there. Just contribute.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the matter to do with university teachers, yes, Mr. Speaker, as I said, the strike is unfortunate. We all want to restrain ourselves in a manner that will create a conducive atmosphere for the stakeholders to come to a consensual arrangement so that the teachers can go back to the universities to teach our children and help educate our population. So, Speaker, to that extent, I'll be cautious in what I say. But I want to submit and do so forcefully without a shred of equivocation that when it comes to the condition of service of teachers, we from this side, when we're in government, did 1,000,000 times better than them when they were in government. The records will show it. The records will show it, Mr. Speaker. And as I say, anybody who was conversant with the governance of this country under President Kufuor, that was the first time that the salary of teachers and conditions of teachers were upgraded. And this government has done tremendous when it comes to the conditions of service of teachers. And Mr. Speaker, we know of countless strikes which occurred under their regime, countless longer strikes that we have today. But that is not an excuse, and that is not the issue. Mr. Speaker, this matter of the strike ought not to be a subject matter of politics. It shouldn't be a subject matter of petty political squabbling, as the statement sought to do. This statement was just intended to portray the government in bad light and create the impression that government is reneged on its commitment to teachers. That is not correct. The government of President Akufo-Addo will work to resolve this strike and will continue to work to better the conditions of service of teachers. Ours is better than yours when it comes to the record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Are you all up to contribute, or you are just going to challenge? But honourable member for Northton, you just entered the chamber and you are up. Let him give the opportunity to the ranking member.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I would like to appeal that the Committee on Education has just come out with a meeting with UTAG, the Minister for Employment and Labour Relations, as well as the Minister for Education. And we have reached some level of a consensus. So I would wish that we tone down the debate or the discussion on this this statement, so that we don't aggravate the situation as we saw it this morning, and we have come to a consensus on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me then invite Honourable Minister for Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the ranking member of Education rightly said, we are just entering the chamber after having a long meeting with all the stakeholders on this UTAG issue. So I was surprised when I came onto the floor and heard a statement on the same issue. Mr. Speaker, as the lead negotiator on behalf of government, I have been very reluctant in making public pronouncements whenever we are negotiating issues within the public space, because whatever you say on air, eventually you will come and sit down with the parties and talk. If you have made your point already known on air, what do you come back to sit and deliberate on again? But Mr. Speaker, this is a house of records. So if the Hansard captures certain concerns which are not corrected, perhaps it will be taken to be fact. And for that reason, I will want to respond to some of the issues raised by my honourable colleague. Throughout the statement, my honourable colleague referred to stance of UTAG on the issues, but not even on a single occasion did I hear him mentioning the government side. I thought perhaps by preparing such a statement, he will have also inquired from the government side efforts that have been made and results coming out of that record. Mr. Speaker, to set the record straight, engagement with UTAG started way back in 2017. When UTAG made a representation to government that they wanted the book and research allowance that is given to university teachers be reviewed. As of that time, Mr. Speaker, university lecturers were taking 500 Ghana cedis as research allowance per annum. After negotiations, this figure was increased from 500 Ghana cedis to 1,500 Ghana cedis, and subsequently has been increased from 1,500 Ghana cedis to the equivalent of 1,600 USD, or in today's exchange rate terms, 10,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we have been negotiating with UTAG, and at any point...
Honorable Minister, hold on. I'll give the ranking member. I'm giving the ranking member. Ranking member, let me hear you.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. I think in my earlier submission, I said that we had just come out of a meeting and the negotiations had not been completed. I wasn't expecting the Honorable Minister to start telling us what they have done so far. So I will wish that the Minister ended it there, so that this does not generate into an agreement, because if negotiations have not been completed and you as the leader of a government delegation, you start giving out figures, I think those who are agitating for better conditions of service may not be happy with this. So I will wish that the minister just inform us or give us the assurance that he's leading the government delegation and that they were looking into things rather than beginning to give us figures and whatnot, and the other party is not here to also agree for themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Honorable Minister, I know you want to give us the rare fact, but handle in such a way that it wouldn't generate anything. So let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I respect your guidance, but just to say that government has acted in good faith and is ever willing to continue negotiations with UTAG. We want due process to be followed, and I have given them an assurance that if today they call off the strike, I wouldn't mind asking that we lock ourselves in the room and make sure that we finish negotiations before we come out. So government is ever willing to sit down with UTAG, and we have always demonstrated that willingness to negotiate with them. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this House and to assure the country that government is ever ready to join with UTAG to bring life back to the universities. I will await the report of your committee on education to be laid in this House, and when it is being debated, perhaps as advised by you, that will be the time I will lay the facts on the part of the government negotiating team. So I respect your ruling, and once again I want to thank the maker of the statement. Thank you.
Well. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you the opportunity. Hold on a bit for me. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you the opportunity. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to suggest that, in view of the suggestion by the ranking member, which has been graciously taken by the minister, if you don't curtail the debate, the situation will get worse. Because if any misinformation is put out, others will be compelled to respond to it. So, in view of the situation as agreed by the minister and the ranking member, I think the contribution to this statement should be brought to a close. I thank you.
Well noted. I'm not going to, unless, even the minister has also declined to talk. Honorable members, to allow a congenial atmosphere for the negotiation. Honorable members, contribution to this particular statement is over. We are moving to the fourth statement. Honorable members, we have a joint statement Honorable members, we have a joint statement that has been put up by two members of parliament from Techiman, that is Techiman North and South, on the demise of Honorable George Kwabena Owusu, the former member. I understand he is going to be buried over the weekend. So we listened to both members of parliament. In fact, last week, the member for Techiman North had wanted to read a statement, but we realized that Honorable Martin has also put up another statement. So we decided to wait till both of them come to the chamber so that they all read the statement. So we will invite them. Honorable member, last week you were here, so you start and Honorable Martin also read, and together we invite contributors to it. So, Honorable member, let's hear you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement on the demise of Honorable George Kwabena Owusu, a member of Parliament for Techiman South constituency of the First Parliament of the Fourth Republic. Please. Yes. Mr. Speaker, a German philosopher, Arthur S., once said, and with your permission, I quote him, "A man finds himself, to his great astonishment, suddenly existing after thousands and thousands of years of non-existence. He lives for a little while and then again comes to an equally long period when he must exist no more. He rebels against this and feels that it cannot be true." Right Honorable Speaker, my heart is saddened and in deepest sorrow as I present this statement to formally announce to the House the passing away of Honorable George Kwabena Owusu, a one-time member of this August House on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress for Techiman South constituency. Mr. Speaker, Honorable G.K. Owusu, as he was affectionately called, was born on the 29th day of May, 1938, in the Abuno East region, capital of Techiman. He began his elementary education at Techiman Methodist School. He continued to Apam Senior High School, where he obtained his sixth form qualification. Mr. Speaker, the late G.K. Owusu, after Apam Secondary School, left the shores of Ghana to further his education in the United Kingdom. He was admitted to the London School of Accountancy to pursue accountancy. After studying management in North East London Polytechnic, he later graduated as a chartered accountant. Prior to his entry to Ghana's parliament, he had practiced accounting and occupied a lot of managerial roles in many organizations such as GHOC, Ghana Food Distribution, African Timber and Plywood Limited, Samreboy, and then Fisa Kingsley Limited in London. Mr. Speaker, the late G.K. Owusu became the first NDC parliamentary candidate for Techiman South in the Fourth Republic when multi-party politics began in 1992. He won the parliamentary elections held on 29 December 1992 and was sworn in the first parliament of the Fourth Republic on 7th January 1993. The late G.K. Owusu represented his constituents in the Legislative House until he lost his candidacy to Honorable Kwadwo Mahama Adams before the conduct of the 1996 general election. Honorable G.K. Owusu was found worthy of appointment to the seat of Deputy Regional Minister in the then Bono Ahafo region. As a chartered accountant, he contributed to the introduction of value-added tax, which is now one of the most reliable streams for the national economy. He also served as the parliamentary nominee for the African, Caribbean, Pacific, and European Union. Mr. Speaker, if this House may recall, one of his fond memories was the controversy arising out of his question on the floor concerning the establishment of Ghana Telecom in his constituency, Techiman South. Mr. Speaker, the man in question really paid his dues to the development of corporate Ghana and parliamentary democracy. He served his country in truth and in humility. He exhibited calmness and professionalism in both public and private life. He eschewed political violence. Throughout his political life as a member of parliament and a deputy regional minister, not a single evidence of political hooliganism could be associated with him or against him. This is an exemplary life worthy of emulation by political leaders, especially at a time that political vigilantism has become topical in our national politics. Following his demise on 11th August 2021, his mortal remains is scheduled for interment on 19 February 2022. He is survived by his beautiful wife, Mrs. Dora Ross Owusu, and 7 children. Personally, I am saddened because the late G.K. Owusu and my father, I.K. Mensa, of blessed memory, had a lot of things in common. They both grew up in Techiman. They both went to Apam Secondary School. They left Ghana the same day to go to London to go to school. When they came back to Ghana at different times, they entered Parliament at the same time. As if these were not enough, he became my father's deputy minister when my father became the minister for Bono Ahafo region. They served Ghana well. They helped in the development of then Bono Ahafo region. May Honorable G.K. Owusu rest peacefully. I thank you for the opportunity to make the statement.
Yes, Honorable Martin, let's hear you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to the statement in honor of the memory of our late former MP for Techiman South, the Honorable George Kwabena Owusu. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, partings come and hearts are broken. Loved ones go with words unspoken. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to contribute to this statement in honor of Mr. G.K. Owusu, an uncle, a colleague, a teacher, a father, and an honorable. In whatever role we knew him, and from whatever vantage point, he stood apart as someone special. The Speaker, as has been said, he was born on the 29th of May, 1938, on a Tuesday in Techiman. He was initially named Kwabena Boy by his father, Stephen Yao Owusu, and his mother, Mami Adwa Pukua, all of Tunsuase within the Techiman municipality. He was known for his brilliance in academics. He performed well in the middle school level certificate examinations. Based on this, he was sent abroad to further his education. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, when he returned to Ghana, he worked in the private sector. He began his political career in 1992 when he became the parliamentary candidate for the National Democratic Congress to represent the Techiman South constituency. Mr. Speaker, he was sworn into this parliament, and it is a fact that G.K. Owusu became one of the pioneers of this Fourth Republic. His significant contribution to our parliamentary democracy is outstanding.
Mr. Speaker, he was a unifying figure. He was affable and very principled. He brought all manner of people together regardless of political persuasion. Under his leadership, the Chiman witnessed development. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, as has been said, he lost his position to his fellow party comrade, Ojo Mama Adam, before the 1996 general elections. Mr. Speaker, he will be fondly remembered for his exploits in this House. He is credited to have mooted the introduction of the value-added tax, which triggered the sensational Kumipreko demonstrations nationwide. Mr. Speaker, he was first married to Madame Edith Ekua Konedu, with whom he had 4 children. He consequently remarried Dora Ross, his current wife, with whom he had 3 children. Mr. Speaker, the magnanimous man, George Kobe, is survived by 7 children and a wife. He fought a good fight, and he will be remembered for his contribution to our democratic practice. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would like to thank the maker of this statement and your good self for the opportunity to contribute to it. Thank you.
So you are also a maker of the statement. Both of you. Anyway, yes. Dr. Koradonko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute this statement that eulogizes one of those gentlemen in Bron Ahafo politics. He was the accountant's accountant. He was a professional par excellence. And this was a man who put himself forward at a time when most professionals thought the Fourth Republic, birthed by the 1992 Constitution, was a republic birthed by veranda boys and people with their professional and academic credentials. He put himself forward to serve the good people of Bonachempim, the PACA of Bonachempim, Tichiman, Akan PACA. He came forward to serve these people. He did not just serve out of haughtiness, but he served with humility. He served with humility. And it was not surprising that he became a deputy regional minister when the government of the day believed they needed somebody who could bring all the factions together and move the region forward in development. They did not find anybody better than the late parliamentarian. This was also somebody who, when he lost an internal primaries to Comrade Kojo Mahama, did not go the way most politicians who lose internal elections go. He rallied behind Kojo Mahama and the NDC. He rallied behind his party and served his party, his community, and his constituency well. Mr. Speaker, there are a few lessons I take from his life. The first one is a life of humility. The second is a life of professionalism. A professional chartered accountant in the days where we didn't have too many of them, qualified both in Ghana and the United Kingdom to practice the accounting profession. But above all, his track record of practice was unblemished. Mr. Speaker, I believe generations of politicians and professionals to come can take a cue from the life of this noble son of Bono Chempim. Mr. Speaker, I add my voice to those of the makers of the statement to say, may his soul rest in perfect peace. May the ancestors and the angels, the heavenly host, welcome him as a parliamentarian who truly served his people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. It appears all of us are new. We don't seem to know the late honorable member. So, on that note, let me give the opportunity to leadership. Leadership. Well. So, can we rise and give him 1 minute silence? May the soul of Honorable George Kwabena Owusu and the soul of all departed faithful rest in perfect peace. Amen. Leadership, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, that's about all for the day. I recommend we bring the proceedings to an end. Thank you.
Yes, available leaders.
Speaker, I'm in support of the motion for the House to be adjourned, save that we'll have to have an indication as to tomorrow, being Friday. We prefer that we come early in the morning at 10 a.m. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the time is beyond 2, so we don't need any special motion. So we move ahead to adjourn the House to tomorrow. Is it 10? 10?
10, Mr. Speaker.
Well. So tomorrow we are coming at 10 a.m., 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Honorable members, the House stands adjourned.
So man for ebe kaya ye bom nkaya na pe bom amanye se former president asofo bi ekokohia no ene ni kodi nkita ho mo no po ebe kaya na oka 11 ho nsensem na so ye sofo koi omu ba ko e de ba betu dwa se ansa no mka ko John Dramani Mahama no omu di nkan ehu Ghana mampani na nadan kwa Kufuado e na afi oso afo a ohwe eye sikasem so Ken Oforiata na ye most Reverend Dr. Paul Okoboafo ono ene presiding bishop Emma Methodist Church of Ghana ɔno na kyerɛ sɛ odi saa asɔfo koyɛ nim ɛde kɔ mpanimfoɔ no anim sɛ ɛbaeɛ no na ɔmanfoɔ ɛrekasa yie pa no na ɔde ntwamu aba sɛ ansa na ɔmbɛkɔ former president John Dramani Mahama ɔno ɔmo di nkan ɛkɔkɔhu ɛyɛ Ghana man panin na Nana Akufo-Addo ɛna afei ɔsoafo no na ɔmo twɛ ma ɔmo yɛ ewe nyinaa ɛsan sɛ nneɛma a ɛkɔ so ɛwɔ mmarahyɛ badwam no na ɛho behia sɛ ɔmo ne mpanimfoɔ ɛwɔ Ghana hanom ɛbɛdi nkita ho nti ɔmo mmra kyɛ sɛ ɔmo ne ɛyɛ Ghana man panin ɛna afei ɔsoafo ne kasa yiye no na ɛho ehia sɛ ɔmo hu ɛyɛ former president nso na ɔmo ne di saa nkita ho no ɛfa parliament ho ɛno nti ɛna kyɛ sɛ ɔmo kɔkɔ hu Ghana man panin dada John Dramani Mahama. Ekwamia kwaya se ensama Bishop TD Jakes ebekae no akwa kwaya se aha amanfo yie pa ma omanfo kasa na eye seku nkroma ono ne ye emma anampo Dr. Osajefo Kwame Nkrumah Ghana man pani dada wenya ne baby ko ne ba bema ba ko no na chese ono nso etwemu se ye asembe ni osi sebio we de bullshit ankasa na osofo yi aba beka no osi den shedi se na Ghana esi ko a nso aba begina o se Ghana man pani ye shebrese safo seku Nkrumah say ebeya nkosofo pe baby da esansa wa wonim nia wo keka
I mean, that's wrong. Sabi, be a moja, as I am moja. Be a moja, moja, in your kufu. You say a moja, as I say, in your moja, brothers and sisters. Nti wo na o kan say woni mama ne no na no betre o too much. Let's just I need tradition. Tradition like if you travel to hand over.
Good afternoon, Father. Thank you very much, and Happy New Year.
Really happy.
I hope you are doing well.
Very fun.
Thank God.
Thank you for coming. I'm very grateful.
We are grateful.
Honored to have you today.
Thank you also for allowing us to come.
I'm very, very honored and grateful to you. So thank you. See, I'm most welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Father. I'm grateful. We hope to have a nice conversation today. All right. Thank you. Welcome to the all-new season of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. And what a way to kick off this season as we speak to no mean of a personality than Reverend Father Andrew Campbell, the man known as the leper's priest. He tells us a story of how he found his way to this West African country and all the beautiful stories 50 plus years here in these beautiful countries. What is the story? Do you know about all of it? We have it all right here on The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV. We'll bring you all of the details right after this. We begin our story with a man who introduces himself as Dr. Joyce Aye's twin, even though they were born in opposite sides of the world.
My name is Father Andrew Patrick Joseph Ni Lante Campbell. I was born on the 27th of March 1946. It was a Wednesday. And just by coincidence, Reverend Dr. Joyce Aye, she was born also on the 27th of March 1946. So we see each other as twins. Except she was born at 8 o'clock in the morning and I was born at 5:30 in the evening, so she's older than me.
From far back in Ireland, Reverend Father Andrew Campbell speaks of the family he was privileged to be born into and why leaving them was the hardest decision.
I was born into a very, very happy family. I had a brother, Martin, but he died when he was a baby. I have two sisters, but one was killed in an accident just 3 months after I came to Ghana. Yesterday was her anniversary, which was 50 years anniversary, yes, of her death. And she was a year older than I. So she died on the 11th of January, 1971. And then I have another sister who's younger than I, just 1 year younger than me. She's at home with our two daughters who are married also with children. So there were four of us. Martin, Margaret, Deirdre, and myself, and then Mommy and Daddy. And we were the happiest family. I can honestly say that the hardest thing for me coming to Ghana was leaving my family. Leaving a happy, loving, caring family. I had a wonderful mother. I had a wonderful father. And I thank God for their great example, their love. I never saw them fight. I never saw them argue. Never. You know, if they did it in the room on their own, but not in front of us children. They never. They were always. They were in love with one another. That's how I saw it. My daddy would come home from work on a Friday. He was paid on a Friday, and he would just take out his money from his pocket and put it on the table. He says, "There's my wages. Now, what's our expenses? What's our expenses?" So they'd work out the expenses to see, you know, how they covered this, that, and the rest. They shared everything.
He tells us an interesting story about how his parents met and how his mother ended up in the convent, albeit shortly.
My mother was a very religious person. When she finished school, she went into become a pork butcher. All our family were pork butchers, the whole family. All my aunts and my uncles, my grandfather and all of them, they were all pork butchers. And my mother, of course, became a pork butcher. So she was in a shop selling pork, you know. And that's where she met my father. My father was living near the shop, and he must have been coming there to buy meat, and he met her. And obviously, he asked her out, and they were dating one another. For how long, I don't know. I never asked my father these questions. I should have, but I didn't. But they were dating for a while. And then one day my mother said to my father, "I have a feeling God is calling me to be a reverend sister." And I don't know what my reaction was from my father, but my mother actually left for the convent, the Sacred Heart Convent. And you know, ever since that time, I've got a strong devotion to the Sacred Heart. My mother joined our congregation just for 3 months, because after 3 months her health broke down and she came out. But she was 3 months in the convent as a postulant of the Sacred Heart Confraternity. And that, for her whole life, she inspired us with devotion to the Sacred Heart. Our home was consecrated to the Sacred Heart. We had always had the red light of the Sacred Heart burning, you know, in our hallway. The big picture of the Sacred Heart. So she always gave us that devotion. The Sacred Heart will take care of you. So when she left the convent, who was there ready to meet her except my father? So they started dating again and got married. And I can honestly say, my mother was a wonderful person. She loved cooking. She baked beautiful cakes and apple tarts, and you know, also she just loved it. And she was always helping people, always assisting people, no matter what. She'd go to the church in the morning on our bicycle. There was always a basket on the front of our bicycle, and she would ask the neighbors, "Can I buy things for you? Anything you want down at the shops?" And she would do that. She was so caring and so loving, and always thinking of other people. My father too was also a very caring man. He did a lot of work in the Legion of Mary, and he used to visit old people every week and bring them out for parties and one thing or the other. He was also very, very caring and sharing in every way. So the two of them, my mommy and my daddy, had a wonderful family.
Tragedy, however, struck his home and took away one of his dear sisters, and 50 years on, he never forgets.
We weren't well off because nobody in our family went to secondary school except me. I was the only one who went to secondary school. My sisters didn't go to secondary, they went to primary school, and my eldest sister, she died and she was working, and it was a tragic death. She was on the back of a motorbike, and the car came and knocked her down. The boyfriend survived, he's alive, got married again. And I don't think, you know, I can't forget my sister. She took over when my mother died. and she cared for us and our family. She was such a loving, loving, loving person. I could even remember just her, on the 11th was just her 50th anniversary, so I can never forget Margaret for her love and care. So that was the family I came from. And we had prayer every evening. Mommy would take the rosary beads out and say, right, time for rosary. Turn off the radio. We had no television in those days. No television, no telephone, no car. We were just an ordinary family. So she would take out the rosary beads and give everybody the rosary. We'd all grab a chair and kneel behind a chair, and we'd pray the rosary together. Because we always said the family that prays together will stay together. You never left our house without her blessing you. She had a holy water font on the side of the door, and she blessed everybody going out. She took us to Mass every morning. Every morning she took the children to Mass, and I'll always remember that. After communion, you know, we'd all be kneeling down, my two sisters and myself would be kneeling down, and then Mommy would come back from communion. And one thing I'll always remember about her, she kissed every one of us after communion. Now, I must have been about 4, and my elder sister was 5, and my younger sister was 3, because we hadn't made our first communion. And Mommy would come back from communion, and she would kiss each one of us. And I wondered, why would she kiss us? Why? And it was her way of sharing Jesus with us. She received Jesus in communion. Now she wanted to share Jesus with us. And she would just kiss each one of us. It was a wonderful, wonderful gesture. Even the prayers, she prepared me for my first communion, because I made my communion when I was 6 years of age. I was in primary school. So I was only 6 years of age when I made my communion. And who prepared me was my mother. Even the prayers I say today, and I'm 51 years a priest, the prayers I say after communion every day at Mass is what my mother taught me. So to me, my family were everything to me. They taught me everything, and they gave me all that love and that support.
While he had a happy home to grow in, little Andrew Campbell did not entirely have an easy life.
When I was 13, things weren't easy at home. I mean, I remember times going to school with big holes in my shoes, and I couldn't afford a new pair of shoes. And we'd stick a piece of cardboard in them, and I'd go to school with cardboard in my shoes. Or I'd have a patch in my trousers. We couldn't afford a new pair of trousers. Things were difficult. It wasn't easy for my mommy and my daddy. As I say, nobody went to secondary school. I was 13 when I finished primary school. And that's when my father says, Andrew says, we cannot afford to send you to secondary school. It'll cost £10 a year. We haven't got it. Go and work. So at the age of 13, I went to work in a wholesale grocers on the back of a truck. And I did that for 1 year. We worked for a Jew man. It was very strict. 8 o'clock in the morning, you start work. I'd go to Mass at 7:30, then come to work at 8 o'clock. And you work from 8 to 6 every day for 30 shillings a week. And I'd bring that money home to my daddy and say, Daddy, here's my money. Every week, we got paid on a Friday. I gave it to Daddy. Here's my money. And he gave me 2 and 6 pocket money out of that. And that went on for 1 year. And then the second year, I was promoted at the age of 14. I was promoted to the shop. And I was behind the counter. And there I was responsible for all the big sales of chocolate, big chocolate boxes, chocolate, cheese, cigarettes, all of these. I was in charge of that at the age of 14. But I still wasn't happy.
Like an inner voice constantly thumping through his heart, he grew up feeling unhappy and sensing that there was something missing in his life that he needed to resolve.
Something was calling me and said, look, this is not for you. It's not for you. So at the age of 15, I applied to the Divine Word to the junior seminary over in England, and I wanted to be a priest. And I always felt that calling, that God is calling me to be a priest. When I was in primary school, I used to read these magazines, you know, on missionaries going out to various countries in Africa and Philippines and different countries. And I always had that feeling God is calling me to share the gospel with others. And that's where it started. That's when the seed was sown in primary school. So when I was working for those 2 years, I wasn't happy. I said, this is not for me, you know. And I applied, and I got entrance into the junior seminary over in England. And I was there, I did my O-levels, I did 3 years, I was over there. I did it, prepared for my coming to the major seminary. So at the age of 18, then that's when I applied for the major seminary. But every holiday I worked. I worked in supermarkets, sweeping floors, putting food on shelves. I worked in a big clothing factory where they take pieces of clothing, you know, from various factories, and you sort them out. This is nylon, this is polyester, this is cotton. I worked in a big shop, you know, huge, big packages of old cloth and the rest. I worked in various places, you know, during the holidays because I had to work. I had to think of the next term. What's happening the next term? I need money for the next term. So we never did extra classes at home, never. You always went to work, whether it was a long vacation or whether it was Christmas time, it didn't matter. You went to work to bring money in. And I worked, but I remember when it was 1964, I worked in a supermarket in Dublin, and I was sweeping floors, and I was putting food on shelves. And that's when I applied to join the major seminary, to go along to be a Divine Word missionary, to start my education and my training as a Divine Word missionary, and I've become a novice.
Becoming too clear by this time that he might just miss his opportunity to go to the seminary, all that was left for the young Andrew was a miracle. And a miracle did he get.
I was working in the shop, downstairs in the storeroom, and sweeping and cleaning and the rest. And I had to get a long list of clothing and others to go to the seminary. I said, what am I going to do? I don't have any rich grandfather. I don't have any auntie or uncle that can give me money. I don't have that. I don't have anybody. I had to buy shoes, suit, shirts, underwear, all of these. But I managed. One or two people gave me, here's a pair of new shoes for you, here's some socks for you, such and such. So they helped me out. But I was left with black cassocks, 3 black cassocks. I said, what am I going to do? I don't have the money. Mommy and Daddy didn't have the money. My grandparents were all dead. So what do I do? So I said, Lord, you want me to be a priest for them? Please, you help me. And that's when a letter came in to the postman, bought a letter, put it into the letterbox. And then there was a letter. Dear Mr. Campbell, this was August 1964. Dear Mr. Campbell, please accept this gift. It was a £10 note, exactly what I needed to buy my 3 cassocks. Please accept this little gift as a gift from me and my children. I pray you'll be a holy priest and a good priest. Pray for me and my children. Signed, Donor. Who the donor is, I don't know. I don't know. You're going back to 1964. 64. Nobody ever, I don't know anybody in my family would have £10 note. Nobody. And I said, who is it? I guess I have to wait till I go up there before I find out who it was to be able to say thank you. But whoever it was, I'm most grateful that he went out of the way. And £10 was a lot of money in those days. So with that £10, I went and bought my 3 black cassocks, got ready for the seminary, and on the 8th of September 1964, I said goodbye to my family and says, now I'm off to the major seminary. And I spent 2 years in novitiate in the west of Ireland.
His journey to becoming a fully fledged priest had taken flight, and the next major thing for him after his training was his journey to this West African country, Ghana. How he got here is an interesting story, and he shares it with many smiles.
At the end of 2 years, you took the vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. And during those 2 years, it was quite strict. Quite strict. We talked for the first time of the day at 10 minutes to 11 in the morning. And you talked for 10 minutes. And then all meals were silenced, except tea. Tea was 15 minutes you could talk, and then it was silence. We had a lot of silence, time of prayer, time of conferences. Every day we had football. I was on the football field every day. Whether it was raining or snowing, whatever it was, the group of us were always cross-country running. I used to do cross-country running. All these things we did. And that was for the 2 years that I trained to be a novice and prepare for my first vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. In our second year, we started philosophy. So we started philosophy, and then the second year, novitiate, and the third year I was there, I did the second year of philosophy. And then I went to Dublin, to the major, since a very big major seminary in Dublin called Maynooth. And there were hundreds and hundreds of clerical students have been trained there for the priesthood. So I went there for 4 years and did my theology and got my degree from the seminary. And every long vacation, you had a choice. You could go and work wherever you wanted to work. No, we didn't do pastorals. So the first year I went to work as a welder, and a welder in a big factory in London. The second year I said, no, I want to work in a hospital. So I applied for a hospital in Liverpool. And I went to Liverpool and I worked as an auxiliary male nurse. I had my uniform, a nice uniform with trousers, all white. So everybody thought I was a nurse. I hadn't got a clue about nursing. I didn't know. But we did our best. And I worked in the medical ward. I worked in the urological ward. I didn't even know what the word urological meant when you said, Mr. Campbell, you're going to the urological, to the what? The urological ward, I remember that. And even I got to know some of the people very well there. They were so good, so good. And then the third year, I went and also went back to the same hospital, and I worked there in the outpatients department and the emergency. It was right beside the docks, the Liverpool docks, and people coming in with all sorts of injuries. Some of it was awful. And then the fourth year, I was ordained a priest. And I was ordained a priest on the 20th of December, 1970. There were 3 of us in our class. There were 15 in the class, and there were 3 of us. We were only 24 years of age, and that's young. You don't get ordained until you're at least 25. So my superiors had to write to Rome and get permission for us to be ordained at the age of 24. We were ordained at the age of 24. And of the 3 of us, 1 is gone to heaven, and 1 is back in Ireland, and I'm here. The rest, we were scattered all over. Some went to India, some went to Kenya, some went to South America. But the 15th scattered. And that's, I miss my class, because I have no classmates to talk to. No classmates to talk to, unless I go home to Ireland, there's 1 or 2 there. And then I came to Ghana.
An Irish man in the hot climates of Ghana. Tough as it was, he explains how the love from the people of Osu got him grounded.
I left Liverpool on the 1st of October, and I took the Elder Dempster line, the Oriole, the boat. I took that boat on the 1st of October, 1971. The reason why I came to Ghana, when I applied to the Divine Word Missionaries, I wanted to come to Africa. And with the Divine Word Missionary Congregation, Ghana was the only country they were working in. Now we're working in many, many, many countries in Africa, many countries. But at that time, it was the only country. That's why I applied for Ghana. And you're given a choice. You know, you're told, give three choices, first, second, and third. I got my first choice, which was Ghana. And I came with another priest. Two of us came on the boat. On the high seas, we came on the boat, 13 days on the high seas, right through the Bay of Biscay. So we came to Ghana and arrived on the 13th of October, 1971. But the priest that came with me, after 3 or 4 months, he said, no. He said, this life is not for me. So he left. He left and went back to London and became parish priest in London. He did very well there, and I stayed here. And just at that particular time, I got a telegram stating that my sister was killed in a motorbike accident. And that had an awful bad, you know, it was devastating. It was devastating. So I went back to Ireland, but I missed the funeral. The funeral was in the morning, I arrived in the evening. And that had a devastating, it took a long time for me to get over this. So that's how I came to Ghana. And they were the beginning, the early days here in Ghana. It wasn't easy settling down to the climate. Ireland is cool climate, you know, the rain, during the summer it's nice summer, but it's never hot like in Ghana. Never hot, and it's a different, Ghana is a different climate completely. The food, I mean, I never heard of fufu before. I never heard of banku. I never heard of, you know, all of these, never heard of those before. So I had to get used to all of the food, the climate, the people. You know, and it was difficult at the beginning, I must say. I didn't find it easy. And I was assigned to St. Peter's, Osu, for a few months. And when I was assigned, I didn't want to stay in Ghana. I wanted to go back to Ireland. Because I said, I'm not happy here. I'm not happy. I knew nobody. And I wasn't happy. My sister had just died. And I was trying to settle down, and I couldn't. So I applied to go back to Ireland, and it was hard. It was hard. But when I went to St. Peter's in Osu, and I took over, the priest there had died, Father Feeney, the Togolese priest. He had died, and I took over the parish there. I loved it. The people, they were so good to me. They won me over, and because of them, you know, I stayed, and I thank God that because of them I'm here today. So I'm very, very grateful to the people in Osu for being so kind and looking after me during those early days. They don't know what they were doing, because it was such a happy community and a loving community, and they won my heart over, and that's why I stayed in Ghana.
The death of his father was a hard one for him, but he says at least he was proud of something in that moment. His wishes were met.
Then I was my father died in 1976. I was called home to Dublin, and my father had cancer. My father used to smoke, something I hate. He smoked, and it was too late. He got cancer of the lung. And I was with him right to the very, very, very end. I was with Daddy. He was such a wonderful man, such a wonderful man. He gave me all the encouragement. And the strange thing about my father, you know, he always supported me going away to be a priest. I was the only boy in the family. My little brother died when he was a baby, so I was the only son in the family. And the two of us were always together. We'd go on holidays together, we'd go cycling together. You know, we used to work in the garden together. We used to do all these things together. Sunday we'd cycle over to see Grandma, and then in the afternoon we'd go to a football match. But we were always together. Dad was a wonderful person. So when he was dying, I stayed with him right to the very end. So on the 27th of June, it was the only day he spent in bed. The only day and I called the doctor, and the doctor says there's nothing we can do. Nothing we can do. So he asked me, he said, Andrew, there's a crucifix behind me over my bed. Take that crucifix and put it in front of me here, which I did. And I still have that crucifix beside me in my own bed here. So take that crucifix and put it, right in front of me. And I went for evening mass in the church, parish church, came back and said, Daddy, what do you want? Oh, just a bit of bread and a cup of milk. So I brought it to him. When I came back afterwards, then he went into a coma and he died in my arms. And it was a wonderful experience in the sense that earlier on, some months beforehand, I was upset one day, very upset. And I went to see the matron of the hospital which Daddy was admitted to. And I said to the matron, Matron, my father's dying of cancer. And I said, when I was a seminarian, I've seen people die of cancer. I said, I'm scared. What should I do? He's the next room to me. So I was in one room, Daddy the next, and my sister and husband in the next room. I said, what happens if during the night it takes bad? What do I do? I don't know what to do. And I was really worried. And the matron said to me, Father, look, you don't worry. God will take care. God will take care. And here was a nursing sister telling a priest, God will take care. She was giving me counsel. Oh, I'll never forget that. Then I went to the church. I said, God, okay, you win. You win. I argued with her. I said, you've taken my brother. You've taken my mother. You've taken my sister. Now you want to take my father. Why? Why? So I argued with him and argued with him. In the end, I said, okay, God, you win. You win. It was hard. It was hard. And I said, God, I want two requests from you. Number one, that when Daddy is dying, I want to be with him. Number two, he has no pain. I've seen patients die of cancer in pain. And I wanted to be with my father when he died. That 27th of June, 6 o'clock in the evening, when Daddy took bad, I was with him. He died at 7. There was nobody else with him. I was on my own with him. He had no pain. He just went into a coma and gradually went off quietly. And it was beautiful death, as if I'd taken him to heaven, as if I'd gone there and come back. And I must say this much, that since that experience, I have never been afraid of death. It taught me something, there's something, life after death, there's something special there. And as if there was that happy feeling, that Daddy's gone to a place where there's no cancer, where there's no pain, there's no hospital, there's no suffering. And I felt happy for him. And I sat there with him, holding him in my arms. There was no crying. I just said, Daddy, you've gone to where you were made for. And I held him in my arms. And then the neighbors came in and started crying, then I left him. But I always remember that. That was at 1976. I came back to Ghana.
Thank you.